The legend of the Crimson Demon Clan begins with Suqing. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 376 Blood of God. Zun Zun's action startled them. This abrupt action was completely offensive, and as a knight of Crush, Ferris had every reason to expel Zun Zun from the room. Natsuki Subaru exclaimed, wait. Even if you really like her, shouldn't you do it now? It really seems like you're taking advantage of someone else's misfortune. Perhaps Zun Zun-sama is the one who truly loves Crush-sama. Ferris looked at Zun Zun with a complicated expression, as if kissing Sleeping Beauty. Dragon's blood has a strong negative effect. According to Natsuki Subaru, bathing in dragon's blood can feel like a foreign object is eroding it. It's a fear different from pain or agony, a sensation from another dimension. As the Archbishop of Lust said, men value a woman's appearance. It seemed that this unspoken contempt was the reason why he deliberately tortured Crush. The dragon's blood completely tainted and transformed Crush, forcibly turning her from a beautiful woman into an ugly one. Crush's aura is now ethereal, her body covered in black streaks and warts, giving her the appearance of a monster. Honestly, besides Ferris, even Natsuki Subaru felt some pity for him. At least it was only his hands and feet, hidden by clothing. Crush, on the other hand, had warts all over his body. If this was the only way he would have to live like this, he might as well kill him, a sentiment shared by most women. They would rather die than live in ugliness. Yet Zun Zun was able to act when most men would chicken out. Is this not lust? He asked. Unless Zun Zun-sama has some strange fetish. Natsuki Subaru and Ferris were surprised they had time to joke around. Did seeing Zun Zun's actions reassure them a bit, or did they think he had a reason for it? Hey, Ferris, look, what? As the Catman watched in disbelief, the black warts on Crush's face gradually disappeared. Simultaneously, the black marks on her arms and body faded, leaving her skin soft and smooth again. Her rapid breathing steadied, her furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and her beautiful face returned to normal, no, even more beautiful than before. Her chest rose and fell rhythmically, and the girl, sleeping peacefully, looked like a true princess. What the hell is this? Ferris couldn't comprehend it at all. Although she had been granted the title of Blue, she also had incurable injuries, and the effects of some of her protections were outrageous. Soon, Zun Zun released her lips, wiping the subtle red from the corner of her mouth with his fingers and exhaling softly. Thank you for the gift. Hey, Natsuki Subaru could no longer contain himself. Doing this in front of Ferris was like standing in front of a minotaur, and he suddenly had a fantasy that Emilia would be taken away as well. Zun Zun-sama, wait, Ferris. Zun Zun must have a reason for doing this. He's definitely not who you think. Thank you, Zun Zun-sama, huh? Natsuki Subaru realized that her worries were for nothing. He was jumping around like a clown, but unexpectedly, Ferris didn't care at all. He was like a gynecologist who sees too many patients every day, so you don't have to be embarrassed. Zun Zun, how? Divine blood? His body was divine, so his blood was naturally divine. Since the Archbishop of Lust's blood could affect ordinary people, there was no reason Zun Zun's blood couldn't purify her. No matter how you looked at it, divine blood was of a higher level. Of course, there was no guarantee. But now it seemed he had succeeded. So I purified the dragon blood in Crush. No, you still haven't said anything. Why? Natsuki Subaru rolled her eyes. What's the problem? Anyway, the side effects of Crush-sama's dragon blood have been eliminated. Isn't that enough? Ferris wasn't one to go into details. He was more concerned with Crush's condition than how it had been achieved. Thank you very much, Master Zun Zun. The Catman bowed deeply. He didn't use the usual frivolous and mischievous tone, nor did he use any special titles. But his sincere gratitude could be sensed. It's a small matter. Zun Zun looked at Crush, who was fast asleep, and said, the negative effects of the dragon's blood have been eliminated, but the body is in desperate need of nourishment and rest. What do I say? Ferris, you're the healer, so I'll leave it to you. Yes, Ferris, meow. Oh, Ferris, you finally feel rejuvenated. Seeing the Wericat's wagging tail, Natsuki Subaru also perked up. If Ferris hadn't protested, the furry one would have patted him on the head. Leaving Ferris in Crush's care, Zun Zun and Natsuki Subaru left the room. It's good that Crush is back, indeed, Zun Zun responded indifferently to Natsuki Subaru's sigh, saying, then, Subaru, how about we eliminate the side effects of your dragon's blood, huh? Does that mean, you want to kiss me? No, 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 I'm loyal to Amelia. Even if she's been kidnapped, I can't trick her. But, if it's Zun Zun, it's not impossible. Natsuki Subaru pouts shyly and leans forward, like an innocent child who has no choice but to. Get out, that hurts. Zun Zun slaps him across the forehead, causing a yelp of pain from Natsuki Subaru. Is he really trying to take advantage of me? I did it because Crush was unconscious and couldn't swallow. Didn't you learn in middle school how to breathe after someone chokes and faints? That. He clapped his hands in realization. So you don't have to. Zun Zun bit his finger and offered it to her, saying, drink it, and it'll eliminate the side effects of the dragon's blood. I forgot. Natsuki Subaru rejected the finger that was brought to his lips. As if afraid Zun Zun would misunderstand, he quickly explained, it's not that I don't trust Zun Zun. I'd like to get rid of this thing right now, but the dragon's blood seems to be surprisingly effective. During the battle with the Archbishop of Lust's clone, his leg was bitten off and contaminated with dragon's blood. But after a flood swept him away, he pulled himself out of the current and surprisingly found that his lost leg had grown back. Then, he discovered that the leg's healing power had greatly increased. For Crush, it's a side effect, but for me, it's actually a boost. Natsuki Subaru was a weakling to begin with. Whoever was most likely to die would be his target. The dragon's blood side effects would make him more effective in the next operation. Doesn't it hurt? Of course it hurts, and it's very uncomfortable. But I can't stop. Emilia is still hoping I'll save her. Gaining power comes at a price. And Natsuki Subaru is willing to pay it to save others. Really, Zun Zun decided to respect her decision. Then, when this incident is over, I'll help you eliminate the after effects, please. I'll be a great help. Natsuki Subaru smiled at the security and put his arm around his shoulders. By the way, it's so comforting to have you here, Zun Zun. Thanks to you, I don't know what I'd do otherwise. Really, I think so too. It wasn't Zun Zun who answered. A charming woman with a gentle smile appeared at the end of the hallway, Julius's homeroom teacher, Anastasia. I was so worried that I even left some people behind, but I didn't expect that the first person you saw upon returning would be Miss Crush. How heartbreaking. Oh, Miss Anastasia, don't be angry. I took the initiative to bring Zun Zun here. Natsuki Subaru tried to speak up for Zun Zun, attempting to restore his impression. But it was Subaru who had brought him here in the first place, and Zun Zun bore no ill intentions toward Anastasia. Why are you here? Of course I came to see you. Anastasia made no attempt to hide her feelings. She looked Zun Zun straight in the eyes, as if assessing his condition. Zun Zun looked at Julius, who was standing beside the girl. After a brief silence, the elegant knight spoke bluntly, Lord Zun Zun, have you really defeated the Archbishop of Lust? Rumors are circulating around the town hall, and my lord wants to know the truth. That's true. Julius didn't speak, but his eyes and mouth opened slightly, but he didn't utter a word. Perhaps she believes Zun Zun possessed such power, so she didn't question it like others did. A complex expression crossed the girl's face. You are truly impressive. You single-handedly defeated the Archbishop of Lust. I thought only the most powerful swordsman in the land could do it, and you don't look hurt at all. Yes, not a scratch, not a small wound. Zun Zun raised his head proudly. The Archbishop of Lust's strength was evident in the way he spread panic throughout Minato City with a single transmission. Or perhaps Julius, Wilhelm, and Ricardo, when facing off against the Black Dragon Archbishop of Lust, knew that she was, without a doubt, a formidable force. However, that formidable force was overcome by an even greater force, Zun Zun. Then what's wrong with me being in good shape? I was wondering if Zun Zun could discuss something important with me, Anastasia said softly, moving closer. Her breaths were palpable. She didn't leave her guard knight's side, wanting to be closer to Zun Zun. Important, sure, it's about the Archbishop of Lust's transmission, light blue and crimson. She looked him straight in the eyes, as if probing the truth Zun Zun was hiding. She didn't flinch at his attack on the Archbishop of Lust, but instead approached him even more boldly. Let's talk about this. A very important conversation that will influence the future of the city, Anastasia spoke calmly, stroking her white fox scarf. Chapter 377 Speech. A crucial discussion that would determine the future of the city. It wasn't a threat, nor was there any other intention. Perhaps Anastasia simply spoke from the heart. Precisely because she understood immediately, it had a greater effect than a scare. He sensed her resolve and determination, a clear direction. Although I haven't been invited, could you bring me? Of course. Mr. Natsuki, I would have asked you to come even if you hadn't told me. It wasn't that Subaru Natsuki saw something and had to intervene. Rather, now that he had discovered it, he had to gather more information. Anastasia dismissed Julius, and the three of them headed to the conference room on the second floor of City Hall. Zun Zun sat calmly in a chair. And what do you want to ask? It's straight to the point. Businessmen don't speak directly. Instead, they first look for a pretext to forge a good relationship, finding flaws or pleasing the other party, and then naturally revealing their thoughts and achieving their goals. While I don't mind following instructions, we're running out of time. That's right. Then, let me ask you frankly, are you a crimson demon? Yes, he admitted the question without evasion or subterfuge. After defeating the Archbishop of Lust, Anastasia and the others would never have dared to hand him over to the Sin Archbishops to allow them to retreat. Rather, they were eager to defeat all the Sin Archbishops. But what puzzled Zun Zun was, how did you know? Anastasia's confident tone intrigued him. After all, other than them, a crimson demon could be anyone in the city. How could he identify one? The reason she gave was simple. Only the process of elimination. I see. This person naturally revealed something terrifying. He had completely mastered the identities and origins of everyone present, including everyone in the city. Even Natsuki Subaru shuddered. Even in Anastasia's base camp, the fact that she could achieve that level of control clearly demonstrated her dominance over the city. At the same time, she noticed something was off. Miss Beatrice, are you an artificial elf? Really? She stopped struggling. Beatrice was an artificial elf created by the Witch of Greed, something unknown to anyone outside of Amelia's camp. However, Anastasia found out, and one could only sigh at the horror of the merchants who lived off the information. Ah, yes. Beatrice is an artificial elf, one of the witch cult's targets. She didn't hide it either. Probably, other than me, no one else in the city wears an artificial elf, so the witch cult must be after Beatrice. Honestly, other than her unusual birth, there's nothing special about her other than being incredibly cute, so it's a mystery why they want her. Me neither, apparently. No one knows about the Crimson Demon clan. Zun Zun felt the same curiosity. He had wanted to ask the Archbishop of Lust the reason, but she only offered obscene jokes, and Zun Zun, in a fit of rage, killed her. Then, Natsuki Subaru looked at the girl in the fox turban and feigned fear, saying, after learning these two pieces of information, Miss Anastasia wouldn't want to hand them over, would she? Of course not. I won't obey any of the witch cult's demands. Uh-oh, handing them over would definitely flood the city. That's the only reason we can't allow them to succeed. The overwhelming pressure Anastasia emanated made Natsuki Subaru's hair stand on end. Feeling her so close, he finally understood the true nature of her intense emotions, the unquenchable rage hidden beneath her beautiful face. The reason for his anger was that, shortly after Zun Zun and the others had given the warning, a bandaged Archbishop of Sin had attacked them. So, to ensure our safe retreat, Mr. Chilitica and his mercenaries stayed behind to cover it. Once they were safe, they sent people to search for them, but Zun Zun remembered the man he had met on the rooftop upon returning to the Chamber of Commerce. He must have been the reinforcement Anastasia had sent. To receive aid is to owe a favor. What is lent must be returned. This is my pride as a merchant of chirology, and it is my obligation to bear the name of Hexen. Her resolve was firm and unwavering. Anastasia had consulted with Zun Zun and Natsuki Subaru to confirm the witch cult's demands. She did not intend to betray her friends, but to protect and confront the witch cult to the very end. After identifying the Crimson Demons and the artificial elves, they had more resources to focus on other areas. But the most urgent task was revitalizing Minato City. The Archbishop of Wrath's power, spread throughout the city, had caused the inhabitants to lose confidence and fall into a vicious cycle of despair. Therefore, we must quickly inform the people of the city about the Archbishop of Lust's defeat. But we must assign personnel to the shelters. What are you talking about? Natsuki Subaru smiled inexplicably, pointing at the ceiling with her untouched hand. Don't we have that? You mean, diffusion? Anastasia was no idiot and immediately understood what he meant. Since the Archbishop of Sin could use transmission to unleash unrest in the city, they could also use it to calm it. The saying that the quality of an object depends on its wielder was perfectly exemplified at that moment. Then it seems I've arrived just in time. His voice was choked with surprise. Although his expression was hidden by his helmet, it was possible to sense that his face must be filled with complex emotions. Even though you look at me with such passionate eyes, I didn't bring any gifts. Al, who had taken a solo action before the takeover of City Hall and had been missing ever since, appeared in the doorway of the conference room. Anastasia stared at him. You're back so soon. Technically, I can't call it that, but I'm still a little embarrassed to return halfway. I'm so sorry you saw me. I didn't come back just because I wanted to. To put it simply, Al's actions were a show of concern for his master. Put bluntly, it was desertion from the battlefield. While everyone was desperately resisting the Archbishop of Sin, he left, claiming he was just a burden. Even Natsuki Subaru had gone to meet the enemy. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Natsuki Subaru, feeling that he couldn't afford to argue with his own people, immediately interrupted. Al, I have a lot to say, but I'm so thankful that you're safe. I was worried that the flood might have swept you away. I was incredibly lucky to be up high when the flood came, and I just happened to have a message for you, brother. In other words, I'm a messenger. Al shrugged mischievously, unfazed by the stare. Natsuki Subaru frowned. He was momentarily taken aback by the current state of Minato City, and then he was told that he was a messenger. A messenger? A message? Who could it be at this moment, brother? Where is your most important princess, Amelia? Natsuki Subaru didn't expect Al to say that, his eyes widening in surprise. After inquiring about the veracity of the story and receiving a positive response, Al slowly revealed the contents of the message. A bride before her wedding, waiting for Prince Charming to come and take her away. Hearing this, Natsuki Subaru gasped. Since the Archbishop of Lust had been defeated by Zun Zun, she hadn't announced the fourth broadcast, the Archbishop of Greed's wedding, and Natsuki Subaru and the others didn't know about it. However, before that, the Archbishop of Greed had told them to attend. Amelia, Natsuki Subaru clenched his fists. He wanted to rush over to save them, but he didn't have the strength. The most important thing now was the broadcast room on the top floor of City Hall. Behind it was the preset broadcast, which would carry his voice to every corner of the city. But now, there was still one crucial matter left. Who will say something to encourage the people of the city? Broadcasts would be issued from City Hall, instilling hope in the people on the streets and calming the anxiety that still plagued them. The most suitable person for this task was Ms. Anastasia. It's a little awkward for me to say this, but I don't think my speech could have that much of an impact. It would be like admitting my own incompetence, which is frustrating. Anastasia shook her head. The crowd didn't understand why she refused. After all, not only was she a candidate in the royal election, but Minato was her foundation. Her fame and prestige in the city were undeniable, and few in the country could rival her. If we're only talking about recognition, I have the advantage. If that's all I need, I'll gladly speak freely. But, you must understand, my name alone doesn't eliminate the anxiety and power that the witch cult brings, but, Lord Natsuki, there are more suitable people here than I, aren't there? He was about to speak again when Anastasia interrupted, looking at someone in the crowd. A handsome young man with black hair and red eyes. Zun Zun. Yes, there's Zun Zun. Although he's less famous, and Minato isn't his base, he's also a candidate for the king's election. More importantly, he's just defeated the Archbishop of Lust. If he were to spread the word himself, Subaru can handle this, right? I'll let him. Natsuki Subaru quickly waved her hand. She had accomplished many things, such as defeating the White Whale, the Archbishop of Sloth, and the Great Rabbit, but that was a year ago. Besides, the news of having defeated the lustful creature wreaking havoc on Minato was far more inspiring than the news of someone long dead. This is the right thing for you to do, Zun Zun. Really? Zun Zun observed the expressions of everyone present, finding them all approving and cheering. I have no choice, I'll do it. His eyes lit up red. Seeing Zun Zun eager to try, as if he wanted to make big news, Anastasia and Natsuki Subaru couldn't help but purse their lips. For some reason, I have a bad feeling. Me too. Please, let nothing go wrong. The two could only pray in their hearts. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. we warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378. You're next, Bishop of Greed. Zun Zun might give a good speech, but it's unlikely he'll do it well. After all, the Crimson Demons are complete Shinobius. How could they not try to show off at a time like this? But I hope he doesn't. The residents of Watergate City, faced with an unexpected situation, followed instructions and headed for the shelter. However, what followed was too unpredictable, even for the higher-ups. The appearance of the witch cult, the takeover of the controlled tower, the rude demands, and the devastating flood. The sinister and evil female voices repelled the fearful and restless people. The dangerous words, mixed with the unbearable insults, were enough to fill the city with despair. Confined in the dark shelter, unable to contact the outside world, with no signs of improvement in sight, they even heard the roar of the great gate opening, flooding the city. Although the impact was minimal, it overwhelmed the trembling hearts of the people. Anxiety and unhappiness gradually grew. This atmosphere spread rapidly, and the resentment and dissatisfaction emanating from nowhere turned silently and spread violently. This was the scene unfolding in the city hall before Zun Zun's return. But the atmosphere changed after his return. First, he brought excitement over the defeat of the Archbishop of Lust, then he saved Crush. His immense strength and supreme power dispelled the unbearable atmosphere in one fell swoop. Now, Zun Zun was going to use the same method to dispel the gloom hanging over the hearts of the rest of Minato City. I can only trust Zun Zun. Yes, Natsuki Subaru muttered to himself, and surprisingly, he received an answer. He turned to look at the one-armed man beside him, his expression surprised. You're really surprised? Al, do you think so too? I suppose so. I thought it was impossible, but I didn't expect it to be such a huge surprise. This unexpected development is truly shocking. I have never seen anything like it, Al said meaningfully. Natsuki Subaru sensed there was more to his words, but it wasn't malice or jealousy, but rather genuine surprise and admiration. Although the underlying history is unknown, Al seems to have a strong connection to the witch cult. Having defected before the battle against the Archbishop of Lust, it is best to avoid a fight with the Archbishop of Sin. However, he hasn't said anything yet. I thought you'd try to dissuade me. If you were giving a speech, brother, I would. Al shrugged. So you'd give up your heroic dreams, or something? Such gentle, straightforward advice struck Natsuki Subaru's eardrums, and his expression gradually hardened. A hero must never lose. He must win, carrying hopes, carrying expectations, and striving to show the future. If you've made up your mind, you must do it, no matter what. After a long pause, Natsuki Subaru slowly regained his composure and took a deep breath. I've always thought so. He had always thought so. Losing meant losing everything, and that had never changed. Really? Al seemed to notice Natsuki Subaru stumbling through the mud alone and said with some surprise, Now I think you should go up and give the speech, brother. Really? I think so too. Is it too late for me to go up? Probably not. Just then, Zun Zun took the radio microphone and took a deep breath. Before that, Natsuki Subaru suddenly thought and asked, Al, if you don't stop Zun Zun, do you think he'll be able to do what you said, eh? Al opened his mouth, and just as he was about to speak, a louder voice drowned him out. Good morning, a loud and energetic voice. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but cover their ears and crouch down with awkward expressions. The roar that almost pierced their eardrums emanated from the radio, filling the entire city of Minato. They were more surprised by the volume of the radio than by Zun Zun's powerful lung capacity. The effect of the voice naturally shocked them all. Some people in the shelter, still struggling from the riot caused by the Archbishop of Lust, unconsciously stopped and raised their heads to look at the dimly lit shelter ceiling. Zun Zun was still giving a speech before the broadcast. No, can it be called a speech? Rather than a speech, it was more like, Citizens of Pristra, good morning. What a refreshing morning. Although it's a little late, today's broadcast will still be broadcast as usual. Daily broadcast? What is this? Natsuki Subaru was a little nervous and subconsciously wanted to interrupt. Zun Zun, what are you doing? Wait a moment, Mr. Natsuki. We're on broadcast. Anastasia grabbed his arm. But does that count as encouragement? If you want to excite the people of the city, you should say something more passionate, more enthusiastic, shouldn't you? I see. That's how you think it should be, right? No, Normally, your approach is the right one, right, then, but this unconventional approach isn't a bad idea either, Subaru Natsuki was confused. To put everyone at ease, to calm their inner anxiety and restlessness, Anastasia stroked the fox scarf around her neck and sighed. Rather, that's the true essence of what Zun Zun does. I'm truly defeated by it, then what does it mean? Can you stop being a riddle at times like these? He whispered excitedly. It's simple, brother, Al replied. What do the students do every morning after the emergency bell rings? What? The morning meeting, of course. Subaru Natsuki suddenly understood. For today's Watergate City, inspiring spirits is a good way to boost morale, but Zun Zun's approach of putting them at ease, as if nothing has changed, is also helpful. It is precisely because they listen to the radio daily that they feel calmer. The constant, routine broadcasts make them think that Watergate City has returned to its former tranquility. Of course, the Archbishop of Sin is still here. They wouldn't think the danger is over. But if they think about it, they understand that resuming the broadcast means recapturing City Hall. They will no longer be distracted and will have more room to resist. This, invisibly, instills courage and confidence in them. That's all for today's broadcast. I wish all citizens a good day. The broadcast gradually came to an end. But it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to give them confidence. They needed a confidence boost. So Zun Zun, understanding the situation, intervened. Although it's a little late, please allow your new announcer, your good friend, to introduce himself at the end of the program. There was a rustling sound, as if someone were adjusting their clothes. I am Zun Zun. Zun Zun, the kingdom candidate, Zun Zun of the Crimson Demons, Zun Zun, the only one in heaven and earth, and Zun Zun who just defeated the Archbishop of Lust. Silence followed, as if to give the citizens time to digest the information. Barely a minute later, a faint clamor rose from the city. Although they were in the underground shelter, far from the city hall, their voices could still be heard clearly. The clamor of the citizens strengthened Anastasia and the others resolved to fight the witch cult. Zun Zun spoke slowly into the radio, in front of all the citizens and his companions, so that even the city's Sin Archbishops could hear him. I'll expel all the Sin Archbishops from Watergate City. You're next, Archbishop of Greed. Then, he turned off the radio, exhaled, and looked at the crowd following him. Well, my speech was okay, right? How should I put it? Natsuki, Subaru and the others looked at each other and, after confirming their own ideas, said, it was okay in the middle part, but what about the last part? Not only did he strike a strange pose, he even challenged them in public. Doesn't that make them wary? Sorry, it was unconscious. When introducing himself, Zun Zun couldn't help but adopt the Crimson Demon Chunibiao pose. It was a habit he had developed since childhood in the Crimson Demon clan. Anastasia laughed softly, but overall, it was a great speech. Great. Each speech had its own theme, as outlined in the Crimson Demon clan's speech manual. Before the speech, Zun Zun had thought about many topics, but ultimately chose the sunrises. This meant that no matter what happened in Minato City, their daily lives would not be disturbed by external factors, which implicitly gave them hope and courage to restore their former peace. The only drawback was that it wasn't very forceful. And in the end, Zun Zun, indifferent to the others, challenged the Archbishop of Greed, a completely provocative act. Is this really a good idea? The Archbishop of Greed might already be furious. I want him to be furious. Zun Zun did this on purpose. Just as the Archbishop of Lust had said, the Archbishop of Greed was an exceptionally narrow-minded man. In other words, a narrow-minded and unintelligent person. This is what it's like to be invincible. Superman, superintelligence, tell me how to defeat the enemy. Superintelligence, use super strength. Since he's so invincible, that guy's gotten too lazy to think ahead. He could be throwing cups around the room right now in a rage. Boom, a cup crashed to the floor. Dissatisfied, the Archbishop of Avarice slammed the table again, instantly shattering it. The flying debris cut into another girl in the room, but she didn't seem to dodge or cry out in pain, or even frown, her face expressionless, like a breathing doll. That bastard, he's so proud of himself for killing a mere vixen that he dares to speak to me like that. This is a violation of my rights. Doesn't he know? As he muttered, the door to the room opened. A silver-haired half-elf appeared outside. She turned a blind eye to the mess in the room and said, "Let's hold the wedding ceremony." Chapter 379, Great, it's the Sword Master, we're saved. Was the speech good or bad? Did it inspire anyone? The confident expressions of Anastasia and the others spoke volumes. The declaration of war was undoubtedly a reckless decision, perhaps prompting the archbishops to prepare or even flee. But it was also the easiest way to boost morale. More like, morale is ridiculously high. I was worried they'd rebel. Anastasia smiled at the unexpected outcome. After all, anger had animated the people present. Thus, the purpose of the broadcast had been successfully fulfilled. It would be great if the people in the city could relax a little, Natsuki Subaru sighed. Is there anything else we should do? If we wait any longer, we'll have to eliminate the cause of all this. The broadcast should have informed the witch cult of Zun Zun and the others' intentions. Even so, they would still act according to their original purpose. For that, we could only rely on their irrationality. Regardless of the effectiveness of the speech, the witch cult's means of destroying the city remained unchanged. They must be defeated quickly before the worst happens. Do we need to attack all 4 controlled towers at once? 3 Sin archbishops and 2 experts assisting them. Including strategies for the sub-beasts, we should discuss how to distribute our forces for the attack. Is that really so? Zun Zun couldn't help but speak at the conversation between Natsuki Subaru and Anastasia. What's wrong, Sun-kun? How do I put it? It's like the protagonists of a passionate anime. When facing an enemy, they split into different parts of the battlefield and then fight one after another, overflowing their energy and defeating the enemy. So, how about everyone shout, "We are the candidates for the king election"? No, this isn't a passionate anime, but it does have some passionate anime twists. Right, brother, Al's right. Subaru, don't you know that times like this are about friendship and bonds? This is romance, you know, this isn't some steamy anime for teens. Brother, why don't you just call it Naruto Ors? Sun-kun, Natsuki Subaru, and Al, for some reason, began to get into a heated argument. But the topic wasn't the abilities of the Sin archbishops or the distribution of combat power, but rather confusing words like friendship, bonds, and future. Anastasia tried to intervene, but the 3 of them said, "Get out of my way." Anastasia's roar forced the merchant back, infuriating him. It took him a while to calm down. Stop it. Arguing over trifles at a time like this is romantic. Sorry, I was wrong. Unexpectedly, the calm and collected Anastasia had a frantic side. It seems that even the most temperamental and the most skilled at dissembling can lose their composure sometimes. Now the priority is how to distribute our forces for the attack. The topic was redirected to strength. Simultaneously capturing the 4 occupied control towers is essential to saving Watergate City. It's difficult to over-concentrate forces now, as they did during the attack on City Hall. If they concentrated their forces to recapture only 1 controlled tower, the other 3 would literally blow open the Great Watergate. It's true that the Great Watergate remained closed after Zun Zun defeated the Archbishop of Lust, but that doesn't mean it won't happen again. Placing one's hopes on the enemy is undoubtedly a risky gamble. Of course, continuing that gamble and achieving victory would be difficult. There were 5 main enemies, and with Crush and the others reduced to their strength, the odds were against them. Well, how about adding a wild card? Just as they counted their forces on their fingers, a sudden voice was heard. They couldn't help but turn their heads toward the entrance. Natsuki Subaru's anger increased at the sight of the figure at the door. Then, suddenly, he shrugged, as if relieved. Zun Zun, noticing the newcomer, greeted him. You're back. Yes. My master is on the front lines, and I'm stuck in the rear. What a shame on the so-called Grey Knights. Otto gave a wry smile. He was a knight, and even after a year as a cleric, his main job was still that of a knight. However, while his master was on the front lines, fighting the enemy and even defeating an Archbishop of Sin, he wasn't there. Honestly, it was humiliating. But Zun Zun didn't think he was the culprit. Setting aside the Archbishop of Sin's disturbance of the city's peace, the Archbishop of Wrath's subsequent attack on the Chamber of Commerce, and the subsequent flooding of the city, returning safely was already a blessing. Natsuki Subaru also felt a warm welcome upon seeing Otto. Otto, we haven't seen each other in a while, and you think very highly of me. Not as much as you, Natsuki-san, Otto greeted him indifferently. The 2 of them, who hadn't dated for a year, weren't that close. To be more precise, everyone would be wary of someone who showed too much enthusiasm right away, perhaps plotting against them. It's a natural psychological defense. Arriving before Zun Zun, Otto stared at him. The disparity between them became even more pronounced. The others, all knights, had played crucial roles in this battle. Felice, Julius, and even Natsuki Subaru had all distinguished themselves. He, however, had done nothing from start to finish, not even at his master's side. Even Al would rather avoid fighting the Archbishop of Lust than find Priscilla first. Why do you blame yourself? That hurts. Zun Zun slapped him on the back. Listen, Otto. We all have strengths and weaknesses, and helping everyone thrive in their areas of expertise is the job of those in power. In other words, it's my responsibility. It's abnormal for someone like Natsuki Subaru, who is so weak and yet still jumps like a flea. Using me as an example, Natsuki Subaru pointed at himself, dumbfounded. While it wasn't exactly comforting, it at least cheered Otto up. Okay, Anastasia clapped her hands, seeing that the time was almost right, and interrupted. Anyway, thank goodness Mr. Otto is still alive. I'd like to ask him what he's been doing, but before that, her light blue eyes fixed on Otto. Could you tell me what that profound comment meant, the Joker? It's simple. I used a little trick to bring him here, Otto said, stepping aside at the entrance in response to Anastasia's question. With a signal, the footsteps of those waiting outside entered, unhurried. At the same time, a new figure entered the room. Excuse me, I'm late. This simple statement evoked a feeling of divine help and trust. Everyone stared at the newcomer in disbelief, their eyes slightly wide and their hearts racing. The illusion of a whistling wind, combined with the tangible sensation of flames before their eyes, was a powerful shock. This reunion truly had that impact. The long-awaited combat power. The most powerful reinforcements, their arrival filled them with immense excitement. Family of the Sword Saint, Reinhardt Van Estria, although a little late, we meet here. With these words, like a burning flame, the Sword Saint declared his readiness to join the battle. With just his appearance, Zun Zun's fame faded. Although slightly annoyed, he had to admit that he was still far from the invincible Sword Saint. Then, the Sword Saint bowed and apologized for his late arrival. I'm sorry I couldn't help at that crucial moment. All eyes turned to him. It would have been easy to accept his apology superficially, but they couldn't hide their true feelings. During those hours of desperate need for combat power, Reinhardt's whereabouts were unknown, and it was hard not to wonder what would have happened if he had joined the attack on City Hall. The Archbishop of Lust was defeated, City Hall was recaptured, and Crush and Natsuki Subaru did not suffer the after effects of the dragon's blood. Although these were achieved later, the pain they endured remained undiminished. It's all Reinhardt's fault. Yes, Reinhardt lowered his head at Zun Zun's words, but in the next instant, he heard, if you had come earlier, I wouldn't have had to deal with the Archbishop of Lust. Huh? That guy was a formidable opponent. Although his strength wasn't very good, his recovery was incredible. In the end, I had to use my ultimate. I only had a 50% chance of defeating him, but it was 50% real. What if he had died? Yes, it's my fault. Reinhardt's face was troubled. Zun Zun's complaints continued, as if he were trying to save Betty, Mimi, and Crush, as if he were trying to calm them all down, as if he were planning a fight. He even complained about how much he had been forced to prepare okonomiyaki yesterday morning. He kept complaining. Gradually, he became unreasonable. He blamed everything on Reinhardt. But it was this that made the others understand that human power has its limits. A Sword Saint is only a Sword Saint. Not even the strongest on earth can save everyone individually, nor can they be sympathetic. Understanding this, they looked at each other with helpless smiles on their faces. Refreshed, Zun Zun fanned his cheeks. He had just finished telling everyone how Reinhardt had brought him here against his will. Don't you want to say anything? Opportunities like this don't come around often. What should I say, Zun Zun? Haven't you said everything? There's nothing more to say. Anastasia and the others shook their heads. They understood the truth. If they lost their tempers again, they would be just as unreasonable as Zun Zun, so they kept silent. Reinhardt understood as well and bowed deeply to Zun Zun. Thank you, Master Zun Zun. Reinhardt, are you doomed? Hearing this, the Holy Sword Master showed a clearly wry smile. Chapter 380. Who said it was useless? This is useful. At this moment, the indecisive group felt uneasy, so Zun Zun bluntly criticized Reinhardt, including Anastasia and the others. Understanding that the Sword Saint was not omnipotent, from now on, I will fully trust you, Reinhardt. If Zun Zun-sama trusts me, if Zun Zun-sama so wishes, I will fulfill that expectation. Everyone once again placed high hopes in him. As the atmosphere calmed, they resumed discussions on how to retake Minato City. Otto and Reinhardt met. While Otto's influence on the battle force was zero, Reinhardt's reinforcements offered a significant advantage, significantly altering the margin of victory. With this basis, they began a lively conversation. But before that, I have a question. Natsuki Subaru looked at Reinhardt curiously, asking, speaking of which, where is Ferret? She should have been with you during the chaos in the city, right? Reinhardt's expression darkened slightly at this question. But he always had that expression today. Actually, he then slowly recounted what had happened today. In a nutshell, when the witch cult began broadcasting, Reinhardt and Felt went to Heinkel to discuss the matter. The discussion naturally revolved around whether to take action. After all, Heinkel was the vice captain of the Knights. However, Vice Captain Heinkel, you took Felt-sama hostage. It was an unjustifiable offense. Felt-sama's life was in your hands, and as a result, I didn't have the chance to fight back and was forced to remain in a stalemate. Everyone present was speechless at this situation. Reinhardt must have felt conflicted and heartbroken, unable to move because his sworn master was being held hostage by his own father. Could he be a member of the witch cult? No. From what he said next, it's clear that Vice Captain Heinkel isn't. How is that possible? Then why would he capture Felt? Suddenly, reason seemed to make sense. Looking at the gloomy Reinhardt and the sullen Otto, a possibility occurred to him, a hopeless and ridiculous conclusion. Is it to keep you from going anywhere, so you can protect him? Indeed, Heinkel had held Reinhardt captive until now, threatening him with the question, are you abandoning your master and father to save those strangers? Then how? Wait, where is Felt? Is he okay? Well, Reinhardt looked at Otto. Thanks to Otto's help, we were able to bind Vice Captain Heinkel's hands and feet and gag him as a temporary punishment. Otto, why would you appear at this time? That's what happened. As Subaru Natsuki stared in astonishment, Otto adjusted his hat. Unfortunately, he hadn't beaten Heinkel to the bone and rescued Felt, as everyone imagined. He didn't have the strength to do so. I only used a simple spell to distract him, creating a gap, and Felt-sama escaped on his own. Really, for Otto, who could communicate with animals, creating a gap wasn't easy. That said, Felt's generosity in taking the opportunity to escape his control was admirable. Zun Zun patted him on the shoulder. Who said Otto wasn't helpful? Otto was incredibly helpful. Thank you, thank you. Thanks to Zun Zun's great speech, I didn't have to worry about the appointment. I wish we could act sooner, but I'm having some trouble here too, he digressed, but Reinhardt nodded in recognition of Otto's contribution. Despite his frail appearance, he still displayed prowess in inconspicuous places, a true hidden talent. But what has Otto been doing up until now? With your abilities, wandering around the city is practically suicide. I'm very touched to be told that by Natsuki-sama. Otto looked at Natsuki Subaru, who was worried. You know, the other was much weaker than him, but he didn't expect them to show concern for him. I was very surprised that you showed such concern for me when we met again. But my journey has been full of ups and downs. Never mind, let me tell you about it. In short, Otto was returning from negotiations at the Muse Chamber of Commerce that morning. As soon as he arrived at the second control tower, he encountered the witch cult. It wasn't a broadcast, but the witch cult itself, and even the Archbishop of Sin, Gluttony. Since they looked like children, at first I thought it was a prank to get the attention of the guards at the control tower, and then the guards were crushed. Literally, they were turned into mush. Otto's face was pale, as if recalling the bloody scene. Seeing everyone crushed, I had no choice but to believe it. Although the police and city guards surrounded him, they were no match for him. As a result, the control tower was taken, and I don't know if anyone else escaped other than me. You're lucky you escaped. Considering it was the Archbishop of Sin, I should say it was pure luck. Anyway, I ran away in a panic and escaped by water. Later, I heard the witch cult's broadcast and knew I couldn't act rashly, so I acted cautiously. That's when I ran into Reinhardt and the others. Did you finally find them? Otto resolved the impasse and rushed back. That put everything back in order. Everyone pitied him for having overcome dangers and difficulties. After all, he had overcome a challenge comparable to Zun Zun and the others. It was more likely that, by Zun Zun's side, his chances of survival were greater. I've grown accustomed to it by now, Otto said bitterly. Not to mention his business experiences, Otto had encountered the White Whale, the witch cult, and so on. Although he'd had a year of peace, His past experiences hadn't caused him to lower his guard in the face of his misfortunes. Very well, Anastasia clapped her hands. We've settled the meeting group. There's still something else to discuss. We need to continue discussing the witch cult's 3 demands. Julius was the one who quickly raised his hand to propose. He narrowed his yellow eyes, raised his hand, and held up 4 fingers, looking at everyone around him. Although there's no need to negotiate with a witch cult, it's important to understand what they want. We already know about the remains of the Chilitica witch, but artificial elves and the Crimson Demon clan, Reinhardt asked with a hesitant expression. Let's not talk about the Crimson Demon clan for now. I have some questions about the artificial elves of the former. Do they really exist? His doubts were shared by most of those present. Artificial elves. Probably no one outside of Emilia's camp had heard of them. Natsuki Subaru looked at Zun Zun and Anastasia. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the latter's gaze seemed a little uncertain. Listen, please. Excuse the confusion, but I have something to report regarding the artificial elves. After a pause, he said, I won't hide it. The artificial elf you're looking for is my companion, Beatrice. She's now lying down with the wounded, resting. Beatrice-sama? No wonder, Julius's expression suddenly brightened. Natsuki Subaru was curious. No wonder? What's not strange about that? I know Beatrice-sama is a high-ranking elf, but I've always felt a strange vibe. Since she's not a natural product, it makes sense. This wasn't something all the elven sorcerers could sense. Julius, possessor of divine protection favored by the elves, had more opportunities to interact with them than ordinary people, which was why he noticed the awkwardness. Normally, it's impossible to tell. Did Zun Zun know all along? I suppose so. Zun Zun didn't bother explaining the obvious misunderstanding, as it would only bring more trouble. Then it can only be the Crimson Demons. It's me. Oh, you? Wait a minute. Seeing Zun Zun's casual confession, everyone except Anastasia and Natsuki Subaru looked at him in surprise. Even Otto was no exception. Doesn't even Otto know? No. Zun Zun-sama has never spoken of such a thing. He hadn't even mentioned his own faction, his own knights. Somehow, the others felt that the secret was too well kept. Or rather, we've never heard of it. The Crimson Demons, no one present, except Natsuki Subaru, knew anything about the Crimson Demons until now, be it the scholar Reinhardt, the traveler Otto, or even the terrifyingly skilled intelligence dealer Anastasia. The truth is, I'm surprised as well. After all, I've never told anyone about this before the witch cult's broadcast. That's true, but you still know of my existence? And what is your reason for wanting me? Zun Zun wanted to ask the Archbishop of Lust, but his lewd banter instantly defeated him. Was it your ability that saved Miss Crush, eh? Look, didn't you save Miss Crush in the room? And with a kiss, eh? Looking at Anastasia, whose smile was still oppressive, Zun Zun felt that the girl in front of him was terrifying. Recall that there were only 4 people in the room at the time, him, the unconscious Crush, Ferris, who hadn't left the room, and it wasn't me. I didn't tell anyone, Natsuki Subaru, who was now denying it loudly. Luckily, Zun Zun quickly explained the reason why he had to do what he did. Crush was in a coma, thus preventing any further disturbances. Looking at the girl, determined to shock people, Zun Zun couldn't help but sigh. Miss Anastasia is amazing. She even knows such things. But unfortunately, that's not the talent of the Crimson Demon clan, but that of the divine body. Ah, so it's like this. He understood why the witch cult had their sights set on him. Chapter 381 The Red Demons don't need to go to the bathroom. The last witch. This is the greedy witch Echidna, after the liberation of the sanctuary. She possessed Ryuzu's clone and changed her name to Omega, which means the last witch. Since Ryuzu's body wasn't the best vessel for her soul, Echidna, now Omega, had to face the reality of her reduced magical abilities. She could still use magic, but she couldn't successfully perform advanced spells. The purpose of the witch cult was clear. Whether it was the remains of a witch, Betty the artificial elf, or even Zun Zun's divine form, they were all perfect vessels. Even if the greedy witch couldn't use them, the other witches, Omega, possessed a pyroxene necklace containing the souls of 5 other witches, and they could use them. In other words, Zun Zun and the others were coveted. Wow, being good-looking is always a problem. Hey, Zun Zun's somewhat narcissistic words made Natsuki Subaru roll his eyes and grumble softly. Hey, Zun Zun, you must know something, don't hide it now. Besides, you always end the topic with "in short," and in the end, we don't know anything. Could you explain it in detail, please? Well, come on, it seems true. But this time it's quite difficult to explain. After all, no one knows anything about the last witch except Roswell and the Witch of Greed herself, and the source of the information is really suspicious. The others also looked at Zun Zun, and although they didn't say it directly, the meaning in their eyes was obvious. Don't hide information now. It's impossible. I don't know what the archbishops of Sin want from us, but finding common ground should almost reveal their intentions. Common ground, that's right. Leaving aside the remains of the witch, it's understandable that the witch cult wants to seize them. Then, what is the connection between Miss Beatrice and me, or rather, what is the connection between the three of us? Witches, elves, and the Crimson Demons, could it be magic? Natsuki Subaru asked uncertainly. His mind was racing with astonishing speed. No, it was more like he knew the connection between the three of them, which was why he grasped it so quickly. Wait, Subaru, what does that mean? Anastasia and her knight asked one after another. Natsuki Subaru scratched his head, looked at Zun Zun, and after confirming everything, sighed softly and said, look, witches, elves, and the Crimson Demons, to be honest, they're not even different races, they're more like different worlds. So the connection is, or rather, the only connection, adaptability to magic. No wonder Zun Zun said that. That's it, now everyone understood. Witches, of course, are a given. Becoming a witch requires not only magical power, but also the very rules of the world. Elves are, without a doubt, more adaptable to magic than any other race, even artificial elves. It's not as if we haven't seen Zun Zun's magic before. It's powerful enough to defeat the Archbishop of Lust, putting even Roswell, known as the Red, Green, and Yellow, in a league of his own. Julius and Reinhardt can attest to that. But if we're talking about who possesses the greatest adaptability to magic, yes, it should be him. I vote for him. Everyone's gazes fell on the flame-haired knight with a radiant smile. No, I'm not perfect. You're flattering me, Tisk, everyone gasped in dismay. If they didn't know his true nature, they would have thought this was Versailles, the hype of someone so beloved by the world. But the Sin archbishops didn't mention Reinhardt. Does that mean, they were obviously bullies? I don't know why, but suddenly they're not afraid anymore. Is the sword master in good health? Of course. Too well, though. He gets the protection he wants, and the hired micro-elves will heal him if he doesn't need it. But if Reinhardt were to appear before them, he'd probably die in a few moves, and might even have to flee in panic. Speaking of which, what are the Crimson Demons? Anastasia looked at Zun Zun with curiosity on her face. For being coveted by the Sin archbishops to exist, they must be at least on par with the witch relics and the artificial elves, right? Is it because of protection or something else that allows them to wield such powerful magic? If it suits you, could you tell me? Even Roswell, who possessed the mage's protection, wasn't that curious, so his curiosity was understandable. At first, I thought it was protection, so I didn't ask too much. But now, it seems more likely that the Crimson Demons factor is involved. It's really no big deal. Zun Zun spread his hands indifferently. The Crimson Demons are actually cyborgs. Their red eyes and black hair are the symbols of this race. Although their personalities and outfits are quite peculiar, the one thing they all have in common is that they were born as great mages. Born as great mages? Does that mean they're all as powerful as you, Zun Zun? How is it possible? You know, there are two types of Crimson Demons, me and everyone else. It's that simple. Seeing Zun Zun suddenly become excited, the others couldn't help but frown and asked him to step down from the conference room table first. Simply put, even among the Crimson Demons, I'm the best, really, regardless of whether Zun Zun was truly the best among the Crimson Demons. He was the only Crimson Demon in the world, so what he said was up to him. Also, when Crimson Demons experience emotional fluctuations, their eyes emit a red glow, and the more intense the fluctuations, the brighter the glow. Red light, like this. Zun Zun pointed at his eyes, noticing that they were indeed emitting a faint red glow, which dimmed and brightened from time to time. Also, Crimson Demons don't need to go to the bathroom. Just kidding. X and his serious nonsense had fooled the crowd, and a hint of a mischievous, triumphant smile appeared on Zun Zun's lips. Besides, even if the Crimson Demons were cyborgs, how could they possibly stop going to the bathroom? You scared me, bro. Al patted Zun Zun firmly on the shoulder. Cyborgs would be fine, but you said you didn't need to go to the bathroom. I thought you were some idol from somewhere. Oh, idols don't go to the bathroom. Right, this was a meme from 30 years ago. Judging by Al's age, it was probably during his teens when the meme spread everywhere. How could a normal man not know? Natsuki Subaru couldn't help but grumble. No, no, no. At this point, there are still people who believe it. Bro, people are diverse. You have to accept their experience, even if you put on a radiant smile. I absolutely can't accept it, but with Zun Zun's looks, he's more than qualified to be an idol. I agree. Maybe he'll become a huge hit. Oh, I'd be embarrassed. The three of them chatted happily as if no one was around, completely isolating Anastasia and the others from their small circle. Wait a minute. Realizing that the topic had strayed, Natsuki Subaru quickly slammed the table and shouted, I don't know when I got so immersed in the topic of idols. Idols who are popular all over the world are so scary. Anyway, she made an exaggerated gesture to calm the atmosphere and looked at everyone present. Neither Beatrice nor Zun Zun will be handed over to the Sin Archbishops. Furthermore, I will personally claim Emilia, and to do so, I must crush greed completely. That's right. He will not be allowed to act recklessly in a matter like this. Reinhardt nodded his determination, the pure fighting spirit surrounding him intensifying even further, and its aftermath sent shivers down everyone's spines. Although this is abrupt, it's not all bad news. The captured Emilia hasn't given up. Instead, she contacted Al and gave us information about the enemy. First, there's the Archbishop of Greed's position in the Sector 3 controlled tower, the fact that they're getting married in church in 2 days, and the fact that he has over 100 wives. He already has so many wives, and yet he's still coveting my Emilia. Hey, there, stop looking at me. Zun Zun felt his reputation being damaged. Julius looked at the map on the table and said, what we can confirm now is that the Archbishop of Lust in the controlled tower on Street 1 was killed by Master Zun Zun. The controlled tower on Street 2 is under the control of the Archbishop of Gluttony, and the one on Street 3 is under the control of the Archbishop of Greed. By elimination, the one on Street 4 is the Archbishop of Wrath. I'm not so sure. After all, the Archbishop of Wrath could also go to the controlled tower on 1st Street, and those two witch cultists in black robes, during the battle against the Archbishop of Lust, they already clearly understood the strength of the giant man and woman, whose powers far surpassed those of ordinary people. After all, they were both famous figures in life. No matter what happens, we must defeat them one-on-one. Natsuki Subaru scratched his head. At this moment, Zun Zun intervened. Al, we don't need you for this offensive and defensive battle. Wait a moment, Zun Zun. Even though you and Reinhardt are here, Al is clearly an important force. Right now, you're too selfish. Subaru, Al has more important things to do. Natsuki Subaru stopped the anxious Natsuki Subaru and looked at the silent one-armed man in armor beside him. Good, Al, that's right, it seems to be so. Indeed, Anastasia, Julius, and Reinhardt nodded. The only thing they had in common was that the king election candidates they served were all here or safe. Even the sleeping crush was in Ferris's care. The only thing missing was Al's master. Really? I'm sorry, Al. I was too selfish. It's okay, brother. Al patted Natsuki Subaru on the shoulder, who looked apologetic and stared at Zun Zun. After scratching his neck, he said in a more cheerful and frivolous tone, sorry, my princess might be crying in some corner waiting for me to save her, so, even if you do that, Al, I won't do this. Before he could finish speaking, a rebellious voice entered the conference room, leaving everyone a little stunned. Chapter 382. This statement immediately attracted widespread attention. The moment he saw Priscilla, Al's face lit up with a servile expression. He shouted princess, and rushed toward her excitedly, only to be knocked to the ground. Seeing his compatriot like this, Zun Zun looked at Natsuki Subaru and couldn't help but sigh. That sigh is strangely infuriating. Nothing. I suddenly realized that Al and you, Subaru, are really alike. You mean, affectionate, no, slaves. Ignoring her pale protests that he wasn't a slave, Zun Zun slowly raised his head to look at the oppressive Priscilla. His eyes were filled with her fair skin, supported by her ample breasts, which threatened to burst through her dress. Is something wrong? Don't you have anything to tell me, big, looking for death? A flash of anger flashed in the arrogant girl's drooping eyes, and she was about to strike him with her fan, just as she had Al. But unexpectedly, Al stepped forward. Brother, are you doomed? Al, why did you pick up this habit only a day apart from each other? The two men stared at the naked, armored man rolling on the ground. If it weren't for the black leather belts covering his torso, they would have mistaken him for a fighter. I'm returning a favor, brother. Is my favor so cheap? Al was undoubtedly referring to Zun Zun's agreement to accompany Priscilla during the decisive battle, but that wasn't the kind of compensation Zun Zun intended. Forget it, let's just treat it as a joke. Priscilla casually kicked Al away, and under the unbearable gazes of Natsuki Subaru, Zun Zun, and the others, she slumped into a chair. It was you in the announcement just now, right? It was me. At first, I thought you'd be boring, but I didn't realize you were setting the stage for the ending. Declaring war on the Archbishop of Avarice is barely enough for me. Now, the attention of the common people in the city is on you, and I'm determined to win it back myself. If you can, go ahead. But let's be clear, you can't. Because, Zun Zun, with his feet propped up on a chair, stared at Priscilla, who had declared her love. The distance between them was mere centimeters, and they could easily feel the breath between them. I am Zun Zun, the only Zun Zun in heaven and earth. Just as his eyes flashed, not one of them yielding, a voice suddenly called out from under the table, I have an idea. Listen, unyielding opponent, why? The sudden voice startled Natsuki Subaru, causing him to cry out in pain. The voice recoiled, colliding with an empty table and falling to the floor. Elbows. Knees. Every bone in my body is crumbling. It hurts so bad. All 6 of my ribs are broken. Are you really exaggerating? Natsuki Subaru wanted to scream in pain, but no words came out. Seeing the petite, dark-skinned girl with pigtails lying on the floor, uttering a cacophony of pain like a monkey's, everyone thought she had acting talent. The proof was, shut up, you're making too much noise. Yes, princess. Liliana immediately shut up, obediently stood up, and stood behind the arrogant princess. It seemed that Priscilla had already disciplined her during that time. Then educate yourself, Priscilla said haughtily, her head held high and her chest firmly propped up. As if she were the supreme ruler and the others were merely her subjects reporting to her. Naturally, Al wanted to prevent Priscilla from going to war with the Archbishop of Sin. But how could a girl who believed the sun revolved around her listen to anyone's advice? In a way, she was the most stubborn. Before that, can I join? Cruzo? Crush appeared in the doorway of the conference room, her face tired and unable to move, forced to be supported by Ferris. She had long since lost her initial imposing presence, becoming little more than a fragile girl. Still, she was much better than before. In the room, the left side of Crush's face was covered in black veins and tumors, and the left side of her body could be described as a monster. But now, apart from her pale complexion, she looked the same as before. This proved that Zun Zun's treatment had been effective. Behind them stood Wilhelm. He walked in and exchanged a glance with Reinhardt, then they both looked away at once. Crouch, what are you doing here, Miss Crouch? You should be resting right now. Why are you forcing yourself? Everyone expressed concern. Even the arrogant Priscilla remarked gently, the sick shouldn't get in the way. That can't be. With Ferris's support, Crouch sat down with difficulty in a chair, a forced smile forming on his face. How could I not be here at a time like this? Although he had lost his memory, his essence remained unchanged. At this crucial moment, even if he was powerless, he couldn't just stand idly by. Wilhelm can join the battle as well. This was Crouch's request, and also Wilhelm's own wish. After all, his wife was still under control, and he had to contribute at all costs. Next, Anastasia, the intelligence expert, compiled the progress so far and shared it with everyone present. The focus, of course, was on the Archbishops of Sin. Lust has been defeated, as everyone knows. That leaves the 3 Archbishops of Wrath, Avarice, and Gluttony. Thanks to the Overlord's intervention, the situation changed. But that said, Crush couldn't participate in the battle. Ferris had to accompany her and form a rescue squad with the Iron Fang mercenaries. The centrally located City Hall would inevitably serve as the command tower, and the strategy of attacking all 4 controlled towers simultaneously remained unchanged. What surprised everyone was that someone, under such circumstances, would insist on taking the initiative. I'll go to the Sector 4 controlled tower and decapitate Wrath there. Priscilla, at the beginning of the meeting, was flustered, declaring her intention to fight the Archbishop of Wrath. It seemed silly, but upon reflection, it wasn't impossible. Using her status as a king's election candidate as a pretext for persuasion wouldn't work, as Crush had also participated in the attack on City Hall. And to say she lacks strength simply wasn't true. At the very least, she possessed the strength to easily cut down the ferocious demi-beasts. Priscilla's swordsmanship rivaled Crush's. Normally, Zun Zun should take care of the Archbishop of Wrath, That would be a sure victory. By chasing after the Archbishop of Wrath, his prowess was obvious to all. In that case, Zun Zun will follow me, I won't allow it. The conversation stalled. It was like recklessly advancing despite being clear about the path to victory, even if Priscilla's swordsmanship was exceptional. Hey, think carefully, mortals. If he had followed me, who would get the credit for my accomplishments? Is there still any point in arguing over merit? Priscilla immediately attacked Zun Zun, believing he had stolen her thunder. Besides, if the two of them defeated the Archbishop of Wrath, even if Priscilla's contribution was hers, it would ultimately be attributed to Zun Zun. Since he had already defeated the Archbishop of Lust, it was only natural that he had contributed more. But the question is, so, Priscilla-sama plans to go with Lord Al to defeat the furious Archbishop together. Anastasia stopped Natsuki Subaru from saying anything further and asked seriously. Unexpectedly, Priscilla's arrogance didn't stop there. Don't be silly. Bringing a clown with you would only obscure my glorious path, so you're going alone. This was difficult to accept. It was completely unreasonable, practically equivalent to courting death. Don't be so self-righteous. Priscilla folded her fan, making a sound. I never said I'd go alone. The angry Archbishop will be chased by me, and the diva, Liliana, paddling her instrument, was sitting on the ground. The sudden mention of this paralyzed her with fear. Are you asking me to go specifically? Don't make me repeat myself, or I'll get angry with you, huh? Priscilla's assertiveness made her let out a soft cry. The chaotic atmosphere spreading through the city was caused by the abominable power of the Wrath Archbishop, which resonated with everyone's inner emotions, amplifying the chaos and unrest. Zun Zun's announcement just now had done the opposite, filling everyone with hope and courage. But Liliana's chanting had the same effect. But the question is, does he really possess the power to counteract Sirius's power? Natsuki Subaru desperately wanted to know. Hey, Reinhardt. Can you, just by looking at someone with your own eyes, see their power? Ah, right, a divine protection. Do you have one? The divine protection that allows you to see through others is called divine protection of judgment. So, if the diva possesses some sort of divine protection, would that be grounds for accepting Priscilla-sama's proposal? Reinhardt fell deep in thought. Subaru Natsuki was just asking indifferently, without much hope, so it was understandable why our Reinhardt couldn't answer. It's fine if I didn't expect it, but I'd better wait until I know for sure how effective Liliana's chant will be. No need, Subaru. I just received it, God. Hearing that he had received it, Subaru Natsuki couldn't think of anything else to say. Reinhardt gave him a wry smile at his reaction and, ignoring Liliana's hesitant expression, said, That's amazing. In fact, he possesses the divine protection of telepathy. You surprised me even more than that divine protection. Hey, what did you just say? You said you had it, right? Subaru Natsuki had long suspected that Reinhardt's abilities were incredible. While admitting that he was truly extraordinary, this was still too much. What is this, Lyoshin? Chapter 383, I've never fought such a rich battle. The gap between people can sometimes be even greater than that between humans and dogs. Natsuki Subaru experienced this deeply. Isn't it wonderful? Anastasia said with a gentle smile. As the saying goes, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Those with great strength should naturally be assigned to more important positions. Are you calling me weak, you vixen? She asked. I was only quoting Kiraliki's famous saying. If it offended Lady Priscilla, I apologize, idol. But I was speaking the truth, wasn't I? HMPH, the arrogant girl snorted loudly. Although she felt annoyed, she was speaking the truth. That was also the consensus in her eyes. After all, she could use Liliana effectively. No problem, leave it to me. As soon as I, Liliana, agree, I'll finish it perfectly for you to see. Don't worry, I just need to sing, I just need to sing. I just need to sing. I don't need to do anything else, right? Right, Lady Priscilla. His puffed-out chest quickly deflated. He barely lasted 3 seconds before his legs went limp and he trembled with fear. Anyway, the Archbishop of Wrath was handed over to Priscilla and Liliana. The other members weren't entirely reassured, but with Reinhardt's assurance, they agreed. Then there are the two cultists on Street 1. Originally, Street 1 was supposed to be guarded by the Archbishop of Lust, but after his death, it was 2 cultists, at least 2. Leave it to me, leave it to me. 2 people volunteered to fight. Garfield's expression was solemn, his hands crossed over his chest, And he gritted his teeth as he said, "That guy has 8 arms and is so strong. You can't think of anyone else other than Kurgan who could fight me, right? You're the one directly facing the enemy, so that makes it more convincing. And the woman accompanying him is probably in the same position as him. Don't worry, I'll handle it," Wilhelm said sharply. Hearing this, Garfield was the first to be surprised. They had nothing in common, so the idea of fighting an enemy together was truly novel. Luckily, the Archbishop of Lust has been eliminated, but there's no guarantee that there aren't other Archbishops of Sin. He was referring to Wrath. By elimination, they knew that Wrath was in the controlled tower in Sector 4, but what if? "That's unnecessary worry," Priscilla said haughtily, fanning herself. "The Archbishop of Sin's Wrath will undoubtedly be in Sector 4, how can you be so sure? Because I am absolute. The world and the sun revolve around me, so she will undoubtedly be in Sector 4." Everyone was stunned at her arrogance. But Priscilla, blessed with the divine protection of the sun, whose actions could be corrected, knew that things would turn out just as she imagined. "How about this?" Crush said weakly with a light cough. "Wilhelm and Garfield, if you encounter the Archbishop of Sin, retreat immediately. What do you think? No matter what, at least ensure your own safety first." This seemed to be the best solution. Priscilla clearly wasn't happy. After all, that statement sounded like questioning, but she simply said, "Ordinary people can't understand me," and fell silent. "Oh, right." Natsuki Subaru seemed to have thought of something and, excitedly, knocked on the table. "Zun Zun, can't you remove that ability? The one that removes Mimi's negative status? Why don't you use it on Will and Garfield first?" Her words were incoherent, but Zun Zun understood her point. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible. "Sorry, I can't do it." Zun Zun waved his hands and said, "Subaru, what you're talking about is very expandable, but unfortunately, the dark sword can only pierce through wards, not prevent them." "Huh? Wards, or other things like curses and amplifications. Even though they can't be seen or touched, they're real, which is why they can be pierced. It doesn't work on non-existent things, really." Natsuki Subaru scratched his head ruefully. He had to admit he was overthinking this, but since it was an extension of yin magic, it made sense that Beatrice couldn't use it. Once this shock passed, he would start developing this ability, he secretly decided. And, after all this talk, can we finally get to the main course? "I'm getting impatient." Zun Zun licked his lips. And there was only one person who could spark this much interest in him. Greed. The Archbishops of Sin possessed powers whose effects could be roughly inferred based on the phenomena they triggered, but the Archbishop of Greed's power was exceptionally potent, capable of killing. Without being affected by it, he was practically invincible. To break the Archbishop of Greed's invincibility, we must possess combat power capable of combating him. This was also the toughest nut to crack. Whether it was offense or defense, simply comparing them, the Archbishop of Greed was undoubtedly the strongest of the Archbishops of Sin. Then the strongest should be, "Leave it to me." Natsuki Subaru was speechless. As Anastasia had said, soldier against soldier, general against general, illogical and unreasonable power must be answered with equally illogical and unreasonable power. Normally, even if this tactic were desired, it wouldn't work most of the time. But right now, both Zun Zun and Reinhardt were unexpectedly formidable. Zun Zun had defeated the Archbishop of Lust, achieving remarkable military success. Reinhardt's reputation was even greater. Is this the problem of happiness? Natsuki Subaru raised his hands to his forehead. He had never fought such a lucrative battle before. Looking back, he realized how eventful his path had been. It was like suddenly becoming rich and not knowing how to spend it. Reinhardt would be a safer bet right now. "Subaru, do you want to embarrass me?" "What do you mean? I issued such an arrogant declaration of war in front of everyone in Minato, including the Archbishop of Avarice himself. If I don't go, won't I be looked down upon?" Zun Zun snorted. Natsuki Subaru pursed his lips. No, that's not a problem, is it? He actually wanted to take Reinhardt with him. After all, he was the strongest, and even without a reason, he believed they could win easily. Natsuki Subaru also had his own selfish motives. He wanted to rescue Emilia. But now. Then let Zun Zun accompany you, Miss Anastasia. When have you ever seen Zun Zun boast? If he wants to go, it means he's confident in his invincibility. I understand that Natsuki-san is worried about Miss Emilia, but the kindness of a comrade should be accepted with gratitude. Natsuki Subaru hesitated for a long moment. I understand. Please, Zun Zun, accept it quickly, idiot. Zun Zun punched him in the stomach. He didn't get angry. Natsuki Sabaru's hesitation was understandable. With Reinhardt, the strongest fighter who could ensure Emilia's rescue, this kind of hesitation was human nature. Then I'll go to Sector 2 to deal with the Archbishop of Gluttony. Reinhardt remained as relaxed as ever. You could say he struggled with cooking, protecting people, or managing government affairs, but when fighting an enemy, not even the Archbishop of Sin frowned. That was the confidence of a strong man. Please, Reinhardt, Natsuki Subaru said through gritted teeth. She trusted him deeply and didn't believe the Sword Saint would lose, but in truth, he wanted to defeat the Archbishop of Gluttony himself. However, Emilia was in greater danger, so he had no choice but to delegate the task. I'll do what I can, Reinhardt said with a reassuring smile. Then Wilhelm chimed in. Reinhardt, aye. Reinhardt, please. Ferris, who had remained silent since the meeting, intervened for Wilhelm, who was having difficulty speaking. He wasn't a combatant, so he couldn't intervene in matters like this. But when it came to his hatred of gluttony, he dared say he was no less than Natsuki Subaru. Don't worry, Reinhardt. The comforting promise was suddenly cut short, and the one who interrupted was someone as unexpected as he was reasonable. Reinhardt, I'm counting on you, and, be careful. Yes, grandfather, the Sword Saint responded to Wilhelm's stiff, pale, worried expression with a gentler smile. By the way, Reinhardt, we can't let the Archbishop of Gluttony know my name. By the way, will this information be useful to you? He stared at him, dumbfounded. Surely someone didn't know the Sword Saint's name? Mal, I think you and the Archbishop of Gluttony aren't a good match. It's no problem, I'll win. The light reply brought him a strong sense of reassurance. Crush later expressed her gratitude, while also feeling ashamed that she couldn't join the battle. A patient can only rest, right? Anastasia said, stroking the fox scarf around her neck. Me too. Not just me, but even the knights are useless. Yes, I'm very embarrassed. Julius bowed his head. You have important work to do, don't you? Zun Zun said, looking at the 4 conversation mirrors on the table. I'll leave the headquarters to you. The conversation mirrors allow everyone to communicate effectively. Even if they maintain an optimistic attitude, accidents are inevitable, so it's best to have them on hand. If any trouble arises, Julius and Ricardo, in charge of the headquarters, will have to provide support. And if Reinhardt instantly kills the Archbishop of Gluttony, perhaps support can be provided to other battlefields. An efficient distribution of forces is also essential. With that, the distribution is complete. Wilhelm and Garfield will take care of the 2 witch cultists in Sector 1. Reinhardt will confront the Archbishop of Gluttony in Sector 2. Zun Zun and Subaru Natsuki will face the Archbishop of Greed in Sector 3. Priscilla and Liliana will face the angry Archbishop of Sector 4. Then, Natsuki Subaru declared, raising her fist. Everyone, unite. In this battle, expel those who stand in our way from this city. Defeat a witch cult and obtain a happy ending. Oh, everyone roared with great enthusiasm. Chapter 384, Deduct Your Money. Although their combat power must have been divided, luckily, they had strategies. Everyone seemed able to control their opponents, at least outwardly. Those with murkier backgrounds, it seemed, would be dispatched in an instant. But those with a more passionate side, when defeated, would shout "We are XXX," and triumph over their formidable enemy. Yes, it was the same old routine. Before they left, everyone exchanged information. Even the smallest piece of information was crucial. It could be the key to victory, so everyone was serious. Zun Zun wanted to talk to Crush before he left. He had just discovered for the first time that his divine body could erase anomalies and wanted to ask her if anything was wrong. After all, he wondered if the divine body would have other consequences, if it would also affect Crush, or if she could become a familiar, like a vampire, and so on. But upon seeing Zun Zun, Crush blushed profusely and shyly hid behind Ferris. Then, protected by the Catman as if he were a thief, he stumbled out of the meeting room, claiming to be still weak. She felt a little disappointed that she couldn't say anything. It seemed Crush knew he had kissed her. I thought Ferris would keep it a secret. What was the cat-eared man thinking? Later, Wilhelm also went to speak with Zun Zun, apologizing and thanking him on behalf of his wife. The divine protection of death was undoubtedly a very complicated skill, and he apologized and thanked Zun Zun for cutting it off and saving Mimi and Wilhelm. But everyone knew it wasn't his fault. It was the witch cult that desecrated the dead, turning them into zombies. Wilhelm was also a victim. What's more, he had suffered more than anyone else. Now, he had to fight against his wife. Everyone was mobilizing for the final battle. Wilhelm and Reinhardt had a private talk. Julius met with Natsuki Subaru, and Al kept begging Priscilla to take him with him. From Zun Zun's side, Anastasia and Ricardo arrived. This guy was still trying to gain popularity. But you had to admire Anastasia, knowing that she was only trying to gain popularity, yet he still had feelings for her. Suddenly, I understood why men like green tea. Otto also wanted to join the fight against greed. After all, he was Zun Zun's knight. Since arriving in Watergate City, he had been idling, no, more like, stalling. But his strength wasn't up to par. So, despite his displeasure, Zun Zun firmly insisted on staying at City Hall, protecting Anastasia and the others, and ready to support on the battlefield at any time. After a short rest, everyone left City Hall, heading for their respective objectives. Although it wasn't a good idea to say it, when the Archbishop of Lust occupied City Hall and used the radio, he would give them a signal as to whether or not they should launch an attack. After the Archbishop of Lust's death and the recapture of City Hall, everyone was unsure when the Archbishops of Sin would attack. Therefore, they had to act quickly to eliminate them. That's what Emilia thinks, right? What did you say? She's thinking of marrying the Archbishop of Greed, not marrying. It was just a casual remark, and Natsuki Subaru burst into a frenzy of excitement, vehemently denying that the girl he loved would marry someone else. It was like a fan watching their idol officially announce their relationship, with excitement like an overflowing sky. No, for Natsuki Subaru, with her inherent paranoia. It was definitely too much. That's not what I meant. Zun Zun rolled his eyes. I understand. Natsuki Subaru exhaled deeply, his expression slightly grim. Emilia did that to stabilize the Archbishop of Everest, to prevent him from worrying about harming the common people or opening the floodgates. I understand. I understand though, that's how people are. Some arguments were perfectly reasonable, and they knew about them, but in the end, they couldn't contain their anger. Zun Zun didn't want to judge their actions. After all, the Crimson Demons were a group of Chunyabayao who, even knowing the consequences, would still do it. My girlfriend is getting married, and I'm not the groom. Hey, it seemed that Natsuki Subaru was a little inexperienced. Come to think of it, Zun Zun nonchalantly used magic to dispatch the demi-beasts that emerged from around the corner, saying, I thought you were planning to bring Reinhardt along. That's what I was planning at first. Natsuki Subaru cracked her whip and lifted rocks to dispatch the two half-beasts blocking her way. Children make decisions, adults want everything. Since Natsuki Subaru was so concerned about Emilia, and since the Archbishop of Greed was known for his invincibility, Reinhardt and Zun Zun, working together, would not be able to defeat him. But I can't be that selfish. Natsuki Subaru stepped onto the crumbling eaves and sighed. Just like Al. If you hadn't told him to go find Priscilla then, I might have insisted he help me save Emilia. People always only see themselves at times like this. It's normal. That's why I didn't ask. Zun Zun and Reinhardt fighting the Archbishop of Greed together was a waste of resources. A waste of resources, to say the least. Besides, the Archbishop of Gluttony was still undecided. Julius wasn't a problem, but Reinhardt could at least take him out easily without any accidents. Also, Natsuki Subaru crossed the river and landed on a small boat. Turning to Zun Zun on the shore, she said, if I told you that, you wouldn't agree, would you? Indeed, Zun Zun boarded the boat lightly, with a smile that said you understand. The two of them sailed downriver towards Sector 2. But I'm very curious, Natsuki Subaru asked curiously, do you hold a grudge against Archbishop Greed and Zun Zun? Not only did you come to deal with Archbishop Greed, but you also deliberately provoked him during your speech. Why is that? For no reason. The Crimson Demons like to fight strong enemies. Since Archbishop Greed is known as the strongest, he is my target. Is there a problem? No problem. Natsuki Subaru couldn't help but wonder, is Zun Zun a charmer who never gives in to anyone? Forget it, at this point I can only trust you, Zun Zun. He raised his thumb and stretched his mouth, revealing his white teeth. Emilia's safety and mine is in your hands, huh? Who do you think I am? Cross the ship. Hey, wait, I'm not joking. Glaring at Zun Zun angrily, Natsuki Subaru waved his hands and said, we're here. We should go up from here. So that's it. What came into view was a large cathedral. It wasn't on the shore, but Zun Zun and the others could still see it clearly, perhaps because of the iconic building. Nothing blocked their way, so they were able to go straight ahead. By the way, Subaru, you don't get seasick anymore, really? How surprising. Could it be because he missed Emilia so much? It's like they say you get car sick, but not from driving. Simply put, it's due to intense concentration. Under this active influence, the brain mobilizes neurons to coordinate their work, suppressing lower-level neurons like the vestibular system. He spoke so professionally, but in reality, Natsuki Subaru had simply entered combat mode. It seems you're determined to win Emilia back. I suppose so. Actually, he was a little uneasy. His great spirit was still unconscious, the gates of his body completely destroyed, and his hands and legs were also suffering from various after effects. He was no different from the supporting characters, whose bodies were already mangled before the fight with a big boss. But since you're a man, there's a reason you have to go. Oh, how handsome. Zun Zun and Natsuki Subaru arrived at the main gate of the cathedral. After carefully examining the sacred gate, they said, "Then, our Prince Charming, who has come to steal the bride, wouldn't you like to make a dashing appearance? Please do." The two of them exchanged glances, a smile curling their lips. 1, 2, damn you, Jiwa, X2. They both kicked simultaneously, a resounding explosion echoing through the cathedral. The explosion was accompanied by a powerful attack, and an object, like an arrow, flew straight towards the Archbishop of Greed. The object that struck the white-robed Archbishop of Greed was the wooden door that had shattered from the impact, one of the two doors at the cathedral's main entrance. It was this wooden door that shot out from the entrance and struck the enemy. Natsuki Subaru stared at the shattered frame in bewilderment, complaining, "Hey, you. We agreed to kick everything, 1, 2, 3, but the result was completely different. What kind of leg strength is that, Subaru, you coward? It was supposed to be a triumphant entry, but your leg strength was too weak to pull it off. It's your fault." "Me? My fault? After all, I should be the hero who saves the damsel in distress, right? You should keep up with me, right? I don't want to." "Hey," the two chatted and laughed as they entered the solemn cathedral. At the entrance of the cathedral, Emilia, dressed in a beautiful wedding dress, opened her eyes wide in surprise. The Archbishop of Greed, lying at the foot of the cathedral, brushed aside the scattered wood chips as if he were swatting away insects. Although unharmed, he glared angrily at the two intruders. "How dare you interrupt such a sacred wedding ceremony? How dare you? I'm sure you didn't invite any men, but who are you, and what congratulatory messages have you brought? Tell me." Hearing the Archbishop of Greed's threats, the two men standing side by side at the door exchanged a smile. Subaru Natsuki, the elven knight whose elven companion is absent, Zun Zun, of the Crimson Demon clan, the two men announced their names proudly. Subaru Natsuki winked at Emilia, then pointed at the abominable Archbishop of Greed. His face twisted, he shouted, "I protest this wedding. I've come to take the bride, I'm kidnapping the bride." Clenching his fists, Zun Zun's eyes reddened, a bloodthirsty grin on his face. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 Wedding Disturbances. The interior of the shrine was spacious. A red carpet covered the floor, and solemn decorations adorned the walls, highlighting the central altar and the bride and groom. There were approximately 50 people present, each a beautiful young woman in formal attire, creating a beautiful and captivating scene. It would have been even more perfect if their faces showed a hint of human emotion, less like carelessly manipulated dolls. In stark contrast, Emilia, standing before the altar in her white wedding dress, stood out. Her long, lustrous silver hair, adorned with ornaments, and her pure white dress shone with extraordinary beauty. Besides the obvious enhancement of a wedding dress, her face had a distinctive expression, unlike any other. "Amazing EMTs," Natsuki Subaru exclaimed excitedly, then looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. "Looks like we're right on time, perfect timing." Indeed, the groom, the Archbishop of Greed, had red eyes, his aura intensifying, his anger reaching fever pitch. After recognizing the person clearly, he opened his mouth in disgust and glared at Natsuki Subaru angrily. "It's you. Is that the one that damn woman was having an affair with? They had met in the plaza when the Archbishop of Greed had taken Emilia away. Now, it was Emilia who was being unfaithful to him. It's hard to understand. Someone as ugly as you left me for you. Are her eyes glass beads, like precious stones, really? And, although I know I'm not very good looking, there are girls who like my type, though they are few. Natsuki Subaru pursed his lips. He knew that Emilia wasn't interested in appearance, but in his true nature, but being told that still irritated him, and his explanations seemed weak. Shut up. This celebration is about to turn into mourning. You'll go from being invited to being mourned. Ah, but that one over there, I can let her go. The Archbishop of Avarice pointed at Zun Zun. Oh? Me, that's right. I've decided. Since this unfaithful woman refuses to be my wife, then you'll be the one taking control. As expected, this special issue should be yours, really. Even Natsuki Subaru was stunned by his words. Zun Zun, with a divine body, was unmatched in appearance, even in ordinary clothes, including Emilia. But the crux of the matter was this: I know you've misunderstood Zun Zun, but he's not what you think. Don't be afraid of what I'm about to say. Zun Zun is actually a boy. A boy? A boy? How dare you mock my innocence? Did you do it on purpose? You must have planned it from the beginning, wanting to look triumphant at the success of your prank. Do you realize what you're doing? You're violating my rights. The Archbishop of Greed covered his face with his hands, muttering non-stop. Although Zun Zun hadn't done anything, he pleaded his innocence and was humiliated. This man is an idiot. Yes, he is. Zun Zun and Natsuki Subaru nodded. Shut up. The Archbishop of Greed glared at them and roared, You, a piece of shit with flaws, you dare lecture me, a man with so many. The obvious pity filled him with unbearable compassion, and he became agitated and resorted to forceful tactics. The moment he kicked the ground, a torrent of destruction ripped through the temple as it hurtled towards Zun Zun and the others. This destructive force, capable of reducing any building material to pieces, hurtled straight toward them. Subaru, get out of the way, ooh. Zun Zun grabbed Subaru by the neck and threw him toward Emilia. Then he turned, brandishing his black and white lightsabers, and faced Archbishop Greed. His combat skills were abysmal, barely those of a child, and Zun Zun's kick easily sent him flying. Great, don't move. Before Natsuki Subaru could cheer for Zun Zun, Archbishop Greed approached the girls in the audience. They had just kicked him and thrown him there, but he quickly got back to his feet. Pointing at the girls, he threatened Zun Zun and the others, If you dare do anything suspicious, I'll kill you. The pointed-at girls were meticulously dressed, but they showed no human reaction, merely watching the discussion with indifferent and expressionless eyes. In this situation, it was hard to say whether to call them daring or simply panting dolls. But the key question was, who are they? They are all my precious wives, all beautiful girls who can reciprocate my love. You want to kill those who haven't committed any sins? You dare, you despicable villain. Is nothing wrong? Natsuki Subaru couldn't tell which of his words was true. In short, his story was completely inconsistent. Why would the Archbishop of Avarice use his own wives to threaten Zun Zun and the others? Was he confusing cause and effect? I vaguely know, but there's no way to communicate. I don't want them to die. But if they resist, I'll kill them. Starting at the edge, kill them one by one. They're monsters for forcing me to do something so cruel. We don't think we've ever threatened them like that. Stop making excuses. Yes, I was the one who did it. But it was you who made me do it. It was your malice that got you killed. You were basically using me to kill people. Don't even think about evading responsibility for their deaths, murderers. The Archbishop of Greed gritted his teeth, glaring at Zun Zun and Natsuki Subaru with hatred. This guy was serious. He actually believed in his own contradictory theories, wallowing in his sense of duty to deliver justice. It was baffling. The Archbishop of Greed was acting as if he had to kill them out of loyalty to protect his wife, like a true hero, a good husband. An alternate version of Farewell My Concubine? If possible, Natsuki Subaru wanted to save them, but the situation was now controlled by the other side, even by Zun Zun. Suddenly, while the Archbishop of Greed was lost in his own world, Zun Zun lunged at him. Huh? Not only Natsuki Subaru, but even the Archbishop of Greed, expected someone to disregard the safety of the common people and rush to attack him. Wasn't he afraid of himself? Wait, Zun Zun. Before Natsuki Subaru could scream, Zun Zun's lightsaber swung at the Archbishop of Greed's neck, causing him to step back in fear. Although his invincibility didn't require him to dodge, The inertia frightened him. This movement gave him room to maneuver. Although the sword missed, it threw him against the ceiling, and he fell backward onto the cathedral altar with a stone shard. Surprisingly, even when Zun Zun's sword nearly touched the beautiful women in the audience, they showed no emotion. Archbishop Greed quickly stood up. He stood at the altar, facing the shrine, forming a triangle with Emilia and Natsuki Subaru on his left, and Zun Zun and his wives on his right. I say, Archbishop Greed, rising to his feet, barely bothering to brush off the debris, unleashed a furious and impatient tirade at Zun Zun. Don't you understand the situation? Just now, I was supposed to have cornered you, didn't I? I was using my resolute gaze to repel the despicable enemy, demonstrating my husbandly qualities to all my wives, and they all believed I was right. But, you deliberately sabotaged it, he glared at Zun Zun fiercely. The situation had developed into, as Archbishop Greed had said, a perfect opportunity to demonstrate his true qualities as a husband, but actions and words of this kind were completely wrong. Seeing Zun Zun's silence, Archbishop Greed grew impatient. Why don't you say something? I'll say it, eh? Zun Zun spoke with the same tone and impatience as the Archbishop of Greed. If it weren't for the difference in tone, one would have thought they were the same person. Haven't you heard that villains die from talking too much? Are you a chatterbox? You're a child who demands every word. Besides, we're already despicable enemies. Why do you care about your wife's life or death? Or is it because you have some mental problem that you don't understand the stakes? Do you really need me to explain it clearly? The Archbishop of Greed's handsome face twisted in a terrifying manner. Subaru, is Zun Zun like that? Well, it's probably his nature. Emilia and Natsuki Subaru were slightly taken aback by his sharp tongue. Zun Zun was already sharp, and combined with the Archbishop of Greed's childlike simplicity and innocence, the impact of this exchange on him was undoubtedly enormous. I'm fed up. The Archbishop of Greed looked fed up and sighed deeply, as if facing a gorilla that neither understood his thoughts nor had any way of communicating. Not only did you come here to kill me, but you also wanted to distance me from my wife. Of course, you should be expelled, and there's no need to tell you anything. You were wrong about something. What? Are you trying to say that you didn't intend to kill me? Stop joking around. You and what you just did have seriously violated my rights. It's a terrible practice, and I won't forgive you no matter what. No, I really didn't mean to kill you. Zun Zun slowly opened his mouth and explained, this is a wedding joke, a custom among my people. It is the blessing of using jokes and laughter to drive away demons from the bridal chamber and protect the couple about to be married. In other words, this is my blessing. Yet, you completely reject my kindness. What does this mean? Are you looking down on me? Or do you have some objection to my blessing? In the sanctuary, the slowly raised black and white lightsabers reflected the distorted face of Archbishop Greedy, which sometimes shone and sometimes darkened. Chapter 386 Playing and Throwing Sand. Throughout, Zun Zun believed in one principle: defeat magic with magic. As the Archbishop of Greed constantly emphasized his rights and demanded equality, Zun Zun responded with the same tactics, even more skillfully. With his sharp tongue, Zun Zun, a master of verbal attacks, enraged the Archbishop of Greed with just a few words. Despite the Archbishop of Lust's vulgarity, his assessment of him was accurate. He was still childish and arrogant, like an immature child. I'm going to explode. Facing the enraged Archbishop of Greed, Zun Zun unleashed his cherry bomb without hesitation. In an instant, the world fell silent, and a red light, accompanied by a shockwave, crashed into the cathedral. Subaru, are you okay? It's nothing. Cough, cough, cough. In a moment of desperation, Emilia had cast a magical barrier, but even with Natsuki Subaru's tiny arms and legs, it was still too much to bear. I remember saying the same thing before. The cathedral had lost its former appearance. The altar and murals that once harbored a solemn atmosphere on the building's facade were gone, blending into the nighttime streets of Minato. The cathedral was ethereal and wispy. That's too much, idiot. He recalled how, when facing the gut hunters in the royal capital, Zun Zun had used the same move to level the entire hillside behind the slums. This time, the force was much weaker, perhaps because he sensed others were nearby and refrained from killing them. Zun Zun, don't you care about the lives of those people? Are you the type to obsess over beautiful women, Subaru? It's best not to. Emilia will get jealous. I forgot, mentioning other girls in front of your girlfriend was a firm no-no. Natsuki Subaru had just stepped on a landmine. However, The half-elf, who had been unfaithful to the Archbishop of Everest, was incredibly forgiving toward Natsuki Subaru. At a time like this, we should be worried about those girls. Amelia, a true angel. That's right, my lord, you need to restrain yourself. It's not you telling me that. Before they had arrived, Anastasia had pessimistically stated that this campaign against the Archbishop of Sin would likely involve some sacrifices, so they should be prepared and not hesitate when the time came. But that only applied to them. The girls kidnapped by the Archbishop of Everest were not included. I say, the cathedral wall collapsed, and the Archbishop of Everest, standing atop the rubble, looked down at the three of them. He adjusted the front of his white dress, straightened his. He ironed his jacket, patted the cuffs of his trousers, which matched his shirt, and adjusted his bangs elegantly, impassively. Are you so happy to do something so horrible to me? Are there limits to your inhumanity? Or do you think your brutality against me is no different than squashing an insect? Tell me, what is it? Despite having been hit by an explosion, his pure white suit remained pristine. Power, you are not that foolish, you truly understand my power. The Archbishop of Everest twisted his face in distaste, looking at Zun Zun. Then, standing proudly, as if to show off his clothes, he puffed out his chest and introduced himself. I am Regulus Corneas, Archbishop of Everest, the most contented man in the world, the most fulfilled man in the world. Remember this, imperfect one, you are only good at introductions. Have you received any employee training? Natsuki Subaru replied with a venomous tongue. Subaru, you're quite lethal yourself, I learned that from you, Zun Zun. He seemed rather proud, but it was true. The Archbishop of Sloth, the Archbishop of Wrath, the Archbishop of Lust, the Archbishop of Gluttony, and now the Archbishop of Everest. Subaru Natsuki had practically crossed paths with every Archbishop of the cardinal sins. And while each had their own problems, they all introduced themselves naturally. The witch cult, overseeing Everest, Amelia touched her lips, pondering. Regulus, where did we meet before? What's that? I don't know. Why are you regretting our meeting now? Come on. It's weird that you're so cute yet so fickle. Puha, stop talking, you annoying bastard. Subaru Natsuki didn't hold back against the Archbishop of Greed who had belittled Amelia, but even with a strong whip, he didn't suffer a single blow, except for the lateral movement. Right now, you've already set the date of your own death. Now I'm going to, where do you want to go? The provoked Archbishop of Everest leaped to his feet, ready to pounce on Natsuki Subaru and Amelia, but Zun Zun grabbed him by the ankles and slammed him back and forth, cracking the cathedral floor. The dull, vibrating sound made everyone present feel the full force of his power. Whoa, Subaru, pardon me, I thought I saw a green giant whipping an arrogant, childish boy. Subaru, Zun Zun isn't a green giant. Are you implicitly admitting that Regulus is an arrogant, childish boy? Good speech, Amelia. But, in the widening gap in the battlefield, the bride snatcher, dragging the bride in her formal attire, ran toward the cathedral auditorium. We're running out of time. We have work to do. We need to find the key to his invincibility. Yes, I understand, Amelia replied. Seeing that Natsuki Subaru had followed the agreed-upon plan perfectly, Zun Zun nodded in satisfaction. The Archbishop of Greed seized the opportunity, forcing his weightless body to grab Zun Zun's arm in an attempt to break it. But Zun Zun, rolling his eyes, kicked him, passing through the wall behind the temple altar and landing on the deserted street. An ordinary person would have perished instantly, but the invincible Archbishop of Greed would have remained unharmed. As he jumped out of the temple through the hole, Zun Zun was greeted by a small grain of sand, barely visible on the dark street, but the headwind made him turn his head unconsciously. The sand whistled past his ears with a sharp sound, sinking deep into the temple wall. Then, with a crack, the wall collapsed with a crash. Zun Zun didn't turn around, but stared at the Archbishop of Greed, who stood up from the ground with a fierce look. I tell you, the old Archbishop of Greed spoke first. Playing and throwing sand? What? Is that your way of being kind? Are you still acting like this at your age? Even childhood has its limits, right? Or are you really just a child? Shut up, shut up, shut up. In the darkening streets, the Archbishop of Greed roared like an enraged child. With a casual wave of his hand, the street opened up, buildings crumbled, and the devastation intensified, spreading like the force of an explosion, rapidly eroding the beautiful cityscape. Violence of this kind was rampant, completely indifferent to others. He claimed to hate having his rights disregarded, but he himself disregarded them the most. A cloud of sand blasted into his face. A ball of green light danced around Zun Zun, unable to deflect the sand, barely deflecting it. But that was enough. Seeing the timing, Zun Zun, with light steps and twin swords in hand, charged swiftly toward the frenzied Archbishop of Greed. The Archbishop of Greed also brandished his left and right arms simultaneously, attacking Zun Zun with destructive force both vertically and horizontally. In close combat, Zun Zun's most skilled skills gave him an advantage, but in the face of overwhelming force, skill didn't offer much room for maneuver. In the face of the invisible attack, Zun Zun's eyes flashed, keenly observing the fluctuations in the air. Then, with strange yet elegant movements, he dodged and swung his black lightsaber upward, striking the Archbishop of Greed from below. The beautiful trajectory sent him flying. Then, he followed up with another kick. He looked at the black lightsaber in his hand, but didn't feel that it had landed. It was probably blocked less than 30 centimeters away. Zun Zun had taken that for granted. The dark sword of light could cut through protection, and he had thought that it would successfully sever the power of the Archbishop of Greed, but now it seemed he couldn't. Was it because he couldn't cut off the power? No, it was probably because he was protected. If it couldn't hit the main body, the dark sword of light couldn't cut off the power. But to reach the main body, it had to break it. Unexpectedly, it became a vicious cycle. The Archbishop of Greed also felt a severe headache. "Damn it, it's still moving," screams echoed through Minato City at dusk. The Archbishop of Greed lowered his hands, only to throw grains of sand. From the start of the battle, he had done nothing but scoop up the sand beneath his feet and throw it. Yin Yang had said it was just a child playing, throwing sand, and it was entirely true. But just as each person wields swords with different effects, the sand that was supposed to only have a hypnotic effect, once thrown by the Archbishop of Greed, turned into a terrifyingly powerful scattering gust. But it had no effect on Zun Zun. To Zun Zun, whose aura was sensitive and his combat instincts exaggerated, the Archbishop of Greed was no different from an amateur. No, worse. More than an amateur. He could do nothing, only throw sand furiously and helplessly. The exasperated Archbishop of Greed roared at the advancing Zun Zun. "You! What the hell are you, Crimson Demon?" Zun Zun. A foot stepped on his face, the powerful impact knocking him to the ground. A spiderweb-like crater extended from his head, forming a 10-meter-long crater in the ground beneath Minato City. "I am Zun Zun, the only one in heaven and earth who is so supreme. Remember my name." Chapter 387 The Little King. "I'm telling you, I've already introduced myself twice. At least I remember everyone's name. Do you look down on me?" Zun Zun stepped on the Archbishop of Greed and rubbed him hard. "Who cares about that?" The Archbishop of Greed, his face scrubbed but unharmed, glared at him. "You may have gotten away with it so far, but someone who only seeks happiness at the expense of others has a limit, right? How much more will you trample and destroy, you greedy, terrifying monster?" "Thank you for the compliment. By accepting my sister's path to the Demon King, I might have inadvertently changed the fates of people important to me. I'm aware of that." Pretending. "You're suddenly sad. Do you think this will forgive you, hypocrite?" Haha. Before he could finish his words, he received a blow to the jaw. The Archbishop of Greed, forced into silence, felt his body spin. As he bounced off the ground, he caught his foot, spun around, and slammed it down onto the stone floor. Then, pressing his head back down on the flagstone, the man in the white suit began repairing the path. "What? Are you that angry about being denounced as a hypocrite?" "I suppose so. Especially when you, a hypocrite like me, say that. It only makes me angrier." The Archbishop of Greed, whose torso had been used for renovations, stared at Zun Zun. Zun Zun smiled back and kicked him again. Then he imitated him. The wind roared in the night sky, the white full moon reflected in his eyes. Bathed in the moonlight that seemed so close within his reach, the Archbishop of Greed sneered and gasped. "You should have realized it wasn't working. This has nothing to do with power. Thinking you can win by knocking me down from high above is childish, but how do you know if you don't try?" Zun Zun leaped with the strength of a stork, quickly catching up to the Archbishop of Greed, then spun 3 times in the air and landed a kick to his face. Lion bomb, bastard. It must be said that the Archbishop of Greed was a truly excellent punching bag. No matter how hard he was hit, he wasn't hurt, and he didn't even feel pain. But he was also a problem. His power prevented the dark sword from cutting him. Supported only by his feet, The Archbishop of Greed was brought down with a powerful kick. Although his muscles were as flexible as a whip, his heavy body quickly collapsed. The Archbishop of Greed flailed his arms and legs in the gust of wind, but resistance was useless. Unable to stop himself, he collapsed. A faint light reflected from below. It wasn't the ground, but water. What? Falling into the water, the Archbishop of Greed stretched his hands forward to avoid the impact. Zun Zun, in midair, seized the opportunity and struck down as he fell. With a crash, the dark sword was deflected again. It seemed that, as expected, not just one force could be repelled at once, but all of them. Emilia-tan, please, Alzuma. As the Archbishop of Greed fell into the water, Natsuki Subaru and Emilia rushed to his aid, eventually managing to pull the girls out. A massive icicle pierced the Archbishop of Greed from above at incredible speed, piercing his back. Another icicle followed, piercing through his twisted body. His limbs and body transformed into ice sculptures, and just as he had transformed into a block of ice, the Archbishop of Greed sank into the canal. The water froze around the spot where he fell, resembling an icy tombstone. Great! The jump was a success. Natsuki Subaru cheered joyfully. It's too early to celebrate, Subaru. Zun Zun descended from the sky, grabbing one of the girls in each hand and quickly dove out of the way. Immediately, the ice in the center of the canal, along with the ground, began to tremble, cracking the water. The next second, the canal beneath their feet began to splash, gouging out the entire street. The devastation was the same as that caused by the forcefully scattered sand a moment ago. Hey, don't be careless, Subaru. His magic hasn't diminished in the slightest. Zun Zun's eyes glowed red. The eyes of the Crimson Demons were extremely sensitive to magic and were constantly monitoring the Archbishop of Greed. But, true to their unwavering invincibility, their magical power hadn't changed at all since the battle began. A figure stood proudly on the surface of the dredged water, as if the previous incident had been a minor incident, one that hadn't affected him at all. In fact, he wasn't even injured. His hair wasn't disheveled, nor were his clothes wrinkled. Just like back at the temple. Yes, what? Have you finally realized who you're up against? The Archbishop of Greed glared at him as he calmly walked across the water. His feet weren't frozen, but rather rippled. Surrender and die. This level of strength won't affect me at all. You'll tire quickly, haha. I could fight you for 3 days and 3 nights at this level. You're also completely clueless. It's better for the world if this idiot dies. Hearing Zun Zun's defiant reply, the Archbishop of Greed raised his arms. The jet of water that gushed out became a weapon meant to kill Zun Zun. Facing the most dangerous water battle of his life, Zun Zun tightly gripped the swords of light and darkness, his body radiating a multicolored glow as he moved forward resolutely. He too remained steadfast, unwavering. He brandished his swords relentlessly, a beautiful dance imbued with lethal energy unfolding before everyone's eyes. His swordsmanship was so formidable that even the cascading water was dodged, creating the safest zone 7 steps away. What the hell are you doing, you bastard? Water control circle. I hope you remember. The instant Archbishop Greed was stunned, Zun Zun, floating in the water, instantly appeared before him, unleashing a torrent of attacks. The sound of blunt objects striking bodies was incessant, and what he saw was only a prolonged water battle, like children playing with dolls. However, just as Archbishop Greed's aquatic fights could be turned into lethal weapons, each of Zun Zun's wrist-slinging attacks was lethal, but it was always intercepted within 30 centimeters. Meanwhile, another troubling change occurred. That guy doesn't fly even when attacked, Natsuki Subaru muttered, noticing something unusual. Archbishop Greed's delicate face received another blow, but his reaction was simply to wave his hands as if shooing away insects. Although Zun Zun's attacks landed, they lacked impact. In the aquatic battle, not only was Archbishop Greed on the surface, Zun Zun was as well. In short, the two superhumans were locked in a tug-of-war. No, it was a stalemate. I'm sick of this, said Archbishop Greed. Although he didn't lose his balance under the blows, the constant pounding was gradually wearing him down. It's faster this way, he screamed, kicking the water and unleashing a tsunami of aquatic violence. The enormous tsunami, without any build-up, rose like a sheet, effortlessly reaching, sweeping across the waters covering the sky, and slamming into the crowd before him. Zun Zun didn't try to show off by cutting a path through the tsunami. Instead, he quickly dashed to the side, skirting around it, and, in an unexpected move, arrived before the Archbishop of Greed. You Without giving him a chance to speak, she dashed in front of him, kicked him in the chin, and sent him flying. Then, she spun around and delivered another kick. With a single blow, she sent the Archbishop of Greed into the tsunami he had created. Meanwhile, Emilia, carrying Natsuki Subaru, was sent flying. The tsunami caused no casualties other than herself. Bastard, the Archbishop of Greed, falling at high speed, burst into a chorus of curses, accompanied by the impact of the tsunami on his back. The vast waters split in two, soaking the paths along the canal. The divided tsunami formed a whirlpool, and the Archbishop of Avarice stood at the center, arms crossed. Did you think I'd be defeated by my own attack? That foolish method wouldn't work on me, would it? Those who claim to be invincible are often defeated by their own attacks. This is common in both film and television, anime and series. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to work against the Archbishop of Avarice. While Emilia and Natsuki Subaru were completely flustered, Zun Zun suddenly sighed, as if exhausting all his energy, and lowered the swords of light and darkness he had raised. I surrender. At these words, not only Natsuki Subaru and Emilia, but even the Archbishop of Avarice were momentarily stunned. But soon, a slight grimace crossed his face. Surrender? Do you understand the gap between you and me? It's truly astonishing that I realized it now. But it's too late. I won't let you go so easily. From the moment you deceived my innocence, your fate was sealed. Death, complete and utter death. Don't be mistaken, inferior. I simply give up and don't attack you directly. Zun Zun abruptly cut off his talk. 6 months of traveling with Shimichi Yasuke had changed the way Zun Zun fought enemies. Just like when he fought the fire dragon, he didn't use the frozen god sword, so he always tried to rely on his own strength to strike down the enemy. But now it seems you're one of those boring bosses who have no other way to defeat them than with a single method. Boring. How dare you call me boring? Archbishop Gred trembled with anger. But before he could lose his temper, Zun Zun glared at him and said, whose body is your heart beating in now? What? His distorted expression froze. The dark sword in Zun Zun's hand had grown 200 meters long, sweeping outward with his own body as its radius, damaging no buildings, plants, or trees. Emilia and Natsuki Subaru, who were struck by the impact, were also unharmed. But as the dark sword slashed through the temple, the Archbishop of Avarice clutched his chest in disbelief. How could this be? That's it, little king. Chapter 388, Tripod to Outer Space, the End of the Invincible. Was it Subaru's quick thinking, his innate understanding of astrology, or perhaps his words that were the key to the situation? When Zun Zun mentioned the Archbishop of Greed's Shuck and the Little King, Natsuki Subaru quickly grasped the meaning and confirmed it to Emilia. Emilia, while he had you captive, anything he heard, anything that worried you, anything, when I was captured, he asked me if I was a virgin. I'm going to kill him. Without a doubt, asking a girl such a simple question was practically a crime, especially when it involved his beloved Emilia. Natsuki Subaru's feelings for the Archbishop of Greed plummeted instantly. And, he calls his wife by her number, and if she smiles, she'll be killed. Those girls call him the Little King. No, the Little King. Little King. Natsuki Subaru suddenly realized. The word rang with pure irony. The Archbishop of Greed's attitude wasn't charmingly macho, he was a completely authoritarian and narrow-minded king, so being called the Little King was understandable. However, this nickname held a different meaning for him. It was the name of a constellation. The names of the archbishops of Sin he had met, Regulus, Sirius, Capella, Alphard, and Betelgeuse, all coincided with constellations. This thought had crossed his mind several times before, but he had always rightly dismissed it. After all, worlds are different. How could the constellations of another world apply to this one? But the sight of the Higurama Water Pavilion, the Japanese-style architecture, and the Haruko wasteland in Minato City made Natsuki Subaru realize that such a thing wasn't impossible. Perhaps someone besides Natsuki Subaru had left a mark on this world. To say this was simply a coincidence was an exaggeration, because there were so many. Continuous coincidences were inevitable. Natsuki Subaru had previously only experienced perception obstruction. When Zun Zun broke through this barrier and confirmed it, all of her previous assumptions were immediately confirmed. Since the Archbishop of Avarice also has a constellation, Regulus, which represents Leo, is derived from the word for Little King, and Regulus's nickname, Corleones, comes from the word for lion-hearted. So, Zun Zun, you knew from the start, sort of, While she had known from the start, it wasn't how Natsuki Subaru had expected. Seeing Natsuki Subaru's expression was quite amusing, so she decided not to explain. Lionheart, the physical body's time stops, so it won't change. This means it won't be damaged or wetted by water. The time of thrown sand and water also stops, so it won't be blocked by anything it touches, but will pass straight through. A supernatural power so familiar in comics, similar to the ability to tear space. It's exactly what it says. Space itself is fractured, and any object it touches, no matter how hard or strong, will be severed. You could say that the Archbishop of Everest, who stopped time, is warping space itself. Stopping the time of a grain of sand grants destructive power, capable of piercing all defenses. Stopping the time of water allows one to walk freely on its surface. Stopping one's own time naturally renders all attacks useless. The most powerful spear and shield, this power is simply the application of the power. In short, invincibility is ultimately just a consequence of stopping time. Subaru, you didn't just explain anything, I learned this from you, Zun Zun. This boy has learned bad things. Zun Zun rolled his eyes at Natsuki Subaru. If you don't learn good things, you'll learn bad things. But you really are going too far. Zun Zun glared at the Archbishop of Everest, who had rarely listened silently. To think you could do something so shameful, huh? His face, which had remained motionless with shock, twisted again. Isn't that so? You keep saying how good you are to your wives and that you love them, but you've forced your heart on them. You trample on their hearts and bodies without regard, treating them like slaves. Shut up, isn't that so? If you truly treated them like your wives, wouldn't you have kept this a secret? Are you really a good husband if you cheat on them? Shut up. Shut up, not to mention that you haven't even granted your wives invincibility. You've even ruthlessly abandoned them at the slightest offense or displeasure, treating them like expendable, consumable goods. You are a completely selfish and servile person. I told you to shut up. The Archbishop of Everest twisted his face, yelling like a child. Zun Zun had noticed from the start that the Archbishop of Everest enjoyed his own invincibility, while his wives were no different from ordinary people. If this invincibility couldn't be added to, what did dust and water matter? Of course, since the heart must beat, invincibility couldn't be guaranteed, but at least Zun Zun had several ways to achieve it, such as relocating at regular intervals, and so on. But you can't do it, because you are an insignificant king. That was what he had said during his travels with Shimiji Yasuke, and it was a creed he had always adhered to. Even if Zun Zun wasn't a devoted gambler, the Crimson Demons always fought fairly. Except when they were up against the Demon King's army. Actually, I was planning to use the same trick I used against the Archbishop of Lust, but I don't think it would work. Stopping one's own time would likely stop one's destiny as well. Using it recklessly could lead to one's death. But as an apology, I take my leave with the title of Invincible. You're talking nonsense. Before the Archbishop of Everest could finish, Zun Zun kicked him square in the chin, knocking him into the air. The blow reached him, and he activated his lion heart, stopping his own physical time and entering a state of invincibility. The kick was ineffective against him but... A wail of pain erupted from deep in his throat, and the Archbishop of Everest's vision turned bright red. Without the activation of the Little King, the lion heart's effect only lasted 5 seconds. If the body's stasis were prolonged, it might stop beating. Furthermore, after the lion heart's release, the previously stopped heart would begin to race, creating unavoidable pain. Pain and suffering. Both were feelings he hadn't felt in over 100 years. What a joke. The abomination, so stern it seemed to vomit blood, stretched its tail and rose into the night sky. Its soaring body was defenseless, and in the blink of an eye, it reached a height that overlooked the entire city. Enough. Enough. If that's the case, then treat everyone as an enemy. As soon as I return to the ground and collect some sand, they'll be finished. Guga. A smile spread across the Archbishop of Everest's face, lost in his reverie, but it vanished in the next instant. Unfortunately, I don't intend to let you return to the surface. Seeing the person appear beside him, the Archbishop of Everest was stunned. Where did he think he was? He was at cloud level, and he was the one who had knocked him unconscious. How had he gotten there before him? This is quite simple. Just ask the immortal spirits for help. Monster, that's a new word, I gratefully accept it. Zun Zun wasn't outraged at being called a monster. Instead, he smiled, but it was a dangerous smile. The Archbishop of Avarice's latent survival instinct spoke to his soul, a sensation he had never experienced in his hundreds of years as the Archbishop of Sin. The death instinct urged him to activate his lion heart. No sooner had he activated it than the attack came. Another powerful kick aimed at his abdomen, a lethal blow, but the lion heart prevented it from causing damage. He simply flew upwards again, rising into the air with tremendous force. As the sunlight and night formed a clear divide, the Archbishop of Avarice's impoverished mind froze. Why? It was still daytime, more like noon. Why was there night up above? It didn't matter. Think about it carefully. If he fell from such a height, he would die. Originally, he could have stopped upon touching an object, naturally controlling his power to prevent his body from destroy. But now that his connection to the little king had been severed, he had to become aware of the lion heart and then manipulate it. Therefore, interfering with anything outside his physical body was difficult. Speaking human language, he simply couldn't stop its ascent and descent. However, before he could think carefully, the Archbishop of Greed, alarmed, activated the lion heart once more, and a third kick sent him plummeting into the night sky. Farewell, invincible, said Zun Zun as, relying on reaction force to return to the ground, he continued descending, while the Archbishop of Greed ascended again. Wasn't he ascending, not falling? The Archbishop of Greed's mind gradually lost its ability to reason, and an inexplicable feeling of weightlessness enveloped him, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. He forced his eyes open and saw an extraordinarily beautiful blue sphere. Despite the considerable distance, he could make out creatures resembling ants slowly crawled across it, and water flowed through. The most important thing was a huge waterfall, blocking the other half from the outside. This is, woo, breathing. I can't breathe. Is there a problem with the power? No, the power can still be activated, the lion heart is still working. But why can't I feel gravity, and why has the air disappeared? His own breath, the Archbishop of Greed opened his mouth wide, like a fish out of water, but he couldn't breathe even once. Trapped in midair, he could only use his lion heart to protect his life. Activating the lion heart relieved the pain of lack of air, but only during this period could it relieve the pain of his body being destroyed. However, the lion heart only lasted 5 seconds. Feeling his heart reaching its limit, the fear of death dragged him back into outer space. It was a double invitation to death. He didn't want to choose either side. He had to eliminate both of them. But he had no escape plan, no experience escaping this predicament, and all he could do was whine and whine. The lion heart could be activated countless times. Sometimes, but he couldn't breathe. And there was a delay of several seconds before activating it again. Death loomed over him. Every 5 seconds, he alternated between invincibility and imminent death, death getting closer every moment. His heart stopped. He suffocated. His heart stopped. He suffocated. The pain and agony continued without end, making it seem as if they would last forever. Gradually, the Archbishop of Avarice stopped thinking. Chapter 389, Result of the Watergate City Defense Battle. The falling Zun Zun had lost all his strength. He was a great mage, after all, and his power wasn't as formidable as Reinhardt's. His ability to send the Archbishop of Avarice into outer space with only 3 legs was a pure burst of his own energy, the concentration of all his magical power. In his initial training, he concentrated his magical power in his limbs to wield the Rasengan, which allowed him to develop the skill known as hardening. However, his lack of magical power didn't prevent him from being able to save himself. As his descent accelerated, a ball of multicolored light emerged from his crown, slowly dragging him down. A young saint descended from the sky, sunlight bathing his face. The slowly descending Son of God stood in stark contrast to the shattered ruins of Minato City. Zun Zun, are you alright? Before he even landed, Natsuki Subaru and Emilia rushed over, mistaking him for an injured figure, their faces filled with concern. Does he need treatment? And what about the Archbishop of Greed? Where has he gone? Nothing's wrong, I'm just a little exhausted. And I sent the Archbishop of Greed to heaven. Zun Zun stretched. His face was relaxed, without the strain of fighting a powerful enemy. Natsuki Subaru pondered, murmuring, sent to heaven? Indeed, if he's up there, he might not be able to use his powers. That's right. We have to prepare quickly so we can land a good blow when he comes down. No, Subaru, didn't you get it? The Archbishop of Greed was sent to heaven and can't come down, huh? Well, that's a fitting end to invincibility, isn't it? Hiss, he gasped. Sent to heaven, the only way back down was outer space, and it was also a fitting end to invincibility. As a person from another world, that was all Natsuki Subaru could think of. Kaz, in heaven, gave a thumbs up. Oh, the two of them smiled, widening even further at Emilia's adorably bewildered expression. This was something only they understood, and it was, without a doubt, the greatest comfort in this other world. Natsuki Subaru looked at the completely destroyed temple, the stark contrast between the three figures and the 53 unharmed beauties, and breathed a sigh of relief. But no one died, everyone survived. That's better than anything. This outcome was better than anything. It's all thanks to you, Emilia said with equal relief. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would have done, whether it was fighting the Archbishop of Greed, breaking the key to his invincibility, or finally sending him to the sky. Although Emilia and Natsuki Subaru didn't hold back, they were of little help. Alright, Emilia-tan has done quite well. And Zun Zun wouldn't be happy if you helped her, would he? That's right, Emilia had already made a great sacrifice. In order to contain the Archbishop of Greed, she sacrificed herself and married him in a sham marriage. Her work had already been done before the battle. Then again, Zun Zun, you are too strong, too strong. Natsuki Subaru looked at him with a complex expression. Although she had her own selfish motives in facing Zun Zun and the Archbishop of Greed, not only did they have no say in the entire process, but Zun Zun's behavior in the final duel was truly astonishing and left one stunned. How could a human so easily leap into the clouds? He even used 3 legs to send people out of gravity and into outer space. Wrong. Your Excellency. Archbishop Greed. Can't Regulus return from the sky? He can't. It would be fine if he was invincible the entire time, but now he only has 5 seconds. Not to mention if he reaches orbit, the speed of his descent will burn him up. Besides, I didn't kick him to the moon. Does he think he's Reinhardt? Not even Reinhardt can return to Earth from the moon. No, sorry, for some reason, I think he can. Natsuki Subaru covered her face. The Sword Saint, arguably the strongest, who can easily obtain divine protection, should be able to accomplish such a small task. Wrong, I already feel a sense of crisis. Although I don't think these two are equal to me, one is from the same village and the other is a knight who is also a candidate for the king's election. The difference is too great. Emilia-tan, although I am weak, please don't abandon me, I, however, really, depend on you, Subaru. That's right. That's right. From now on, I'll do my best. Yes. Keep it up, Subaru. Natsuki Subaru finally decided to stop comparing himself to others, especially monsters. Constantly comparing himself would make him look like the greedy archbishop who couldn't live without judging others by his standards. Stop flaunting your affections here, Zun Zun snorted at the impure woman and marriage stealer. Looking at the beauties leaving the temple, he said, what do we do with these people? The leading beauty wore a determined expression, though tears still streamed down her face. The girls in the back were still sobbing. The half-ruined temple collapsed, as if their little kingdom was shattering into pieces. The sight of invisible illusions being devoured by invisible illusions etched a deep sadness into the hearts of those who witnessed it. Although they couldn't help but cry at the sight, their sobs had something else on their minds. Their lives were freed from the nightmare that had bound their most glorious years. 53 people. Without the dark sword of Zun Zun, there was no other way to defeat the Archbishop of Avarice than to kill them all. They prepared for the sacrifice, but they couldn't. They said nothing, simply bowed to the 3 men. After a brief weeping, they returned to being expressionless dolls. The emotional damage they had suffered would take time to heal, but as long as they kept this thought in mind, they would eventually regain his affection. The city was still dangerous, so it would be best to reassure them. Natsuki Subaru, Emilia, and the others were asked to accompany them to City Hall. Zun Zun, as previously agreed, departed to support another battlefield. Adjacent to District 3 was District 2, but upon arriving at the controlled tower, he found no fighting. The buildings were intact, the waterways flowed normally, even the small boats creaked. Aside from the absence of pedestrians on the streets, the place was as quiet as a deserted city. What was going on? The Archbishop of Gluttony had occupied the controlled tower on 2nd Street, and Reinhardt had come to fight him. Not even a sword master as powerful as the Sword Saint could have faced the Archbishop of Gluttony without causing harm to those around him. And with no signs of combat, that only meant one thing. To confirm his suspicions, Zun Zun quickly climbed up the controlled tower and jumped out the window. Who is it? Upon entering, he was met with several spears pointed at his vital points. Just as Zun Zun was about to explain, the other party shouted excitedly, "Master Zun Zun Zun, eh?" He looked closer and saw that this person was the one who had been waiting for him at the Water Feather Pavilion and the Muse Chamber of Commerce. He had unexpectedly appeared there, even wearing guard armor. He signaled to those around him to put away their weapons. "I didn't expect to see you here, Your Grace." "What an honor." "No, no, no. I'm more curious as to why I see you here. Wasn't he just a waiter? Could he be some hidden genius?" But his own magical power was practically non-existent, barely surpassing Natsuki Sabaru's. "Your Grace, he came to say that the Archbishop of Greed has..." "Yes, I defeated him." "Really? Great." Hearing the news, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. They were all residents of Minato City, and as expected, they were furious at the Archbishop of Sin for wreaking havoc on their city. "By the way, isn't this place guarded by the Archbishop of Gluttony?" "Yes." "About that, according to this person, when Reinhardt arrived, he hadn't seen the Archbishop of Gluttony. So, after reporting to Anastasia at the central building, he was sent here as the one occupying the place. Lord Reinhardt should head to Sector 1 now." "I understand, thank you." Hearing this, Zun Zun rushed over to Sector 1. He wasn't angry that Reinhardt hadn't come to help. Rather, he had told him from the start not to intervene in the battle after defeating the Archbishop of Gluttony. This was the proper way to help Sector 1. He didn't expect the Archbishop of Gluttony to be absent from the controlled tower, leaving Reinhardt empty-handed. But Sector 1. Zun Zun remembered that the controlled tower was supposed to be guarded by the conquered Archbishop of Lust, but after his defeat, it had become home to two witch cultists. One was Kurgan of 8 Arms. The other was Wilhelm's wife, Hinkle's mother and Reinhardt's grandmother, the former sword saint. Zun Zun had deliberately kept the existence of 3 archbishops of Gluttony a secret, buying time and allowing Wilhelm and his wife to say their final goodbyes and move on. Otherwise, wouldn't all his previous advice have been for nothing? There was no need to worry about Reinhardt's safety. The strongest would never be defeated. However, when Zun Zun arrived at the Street 1 checkpoint, he was greeted by Reinhardt's sword energy soaring into the sky and Wilhelm's ear-piercing roar. "Teresa!" An intense white light filled his entire field of vision, and a vast white expanse obscured everything. At the same time, a voice echoed in his ears, "The despicable witch cultists who occupied the controlled towers in all 4 directions and threatened the city have been completely defeated. I hereby declare that the city is safe. The battle to defend Watergate City has been won." Chapter 390. What is the purpose of home? Home gives. This announcement was undoubtedly a stimulus for most. Recapturing the 4 controlled towers occupied by the archbishops of Sin meant, at the very least, avoiding the end of the city's flooding caused by the opening of the Great Watergate. The person making the announcement, judging by the voice, must have been Shilitika. The leader of the Muse Chamber of Commerce had been treated as a victim for a while. But as the ruler of Watergate City, and with the protection of the mercenary group, he could still protect himself. But returning to City Hall wasn't exactly rosy. What greeted them was a mountain of rubble. The 5-story City Hall, a rare high-rise structure in Watergate City, had completely collapsed, losing its majesty. The damage had even extended to the foundations, and the building collapsed from the center outwards, leaving a huge hole. This kind of collapse wouldn't have happened without a massive impact on the building's foundations. Without a doubt, this was the work of the witch cult. Question. With the Archbishop of Lust, who was supposed to attack, eliminated, who attacked City Hall headquarters? It was obvious. It must have been the Archbishop of Gluttony, who was guarding the Sector 2 controlled tower, in an area where no fighting had occurred. If Zun Zun had been alone, he could easily have said, "What's the use of a home? I've given it to you," but with Anastasia, Crush, Betty, Otto, and the elderly, the weak, and the sick there, it was unknown if they were injured. "Oh, Zun Zun, you're back, too late, boy," a familiar voice called out. He looked up, and looking at him were Natsuki Subaru, who had returned earlier, and Betty, the great yin spirit, who had awakened from a coma. "Oh, is Miss Beatrice all right now, more or less?" Betty recovered thanks to the immense amount of magical power, but unfortunately, it wasn't Subaru's. Betty leaped down the slope lightly and grabbed Zun Zun's hand. "Use magic." "Oh." Then, Zun Zun's magic smoothly merged into Betty's body. As expected, she looked thoughtful. Natsuki Subaru saw it, pointed at Zun Zun, and called out, "Beatrice? Ah, is that so, Zun Zun? I'm sorry, Subaru, even though you always shout for no reason, I don't understand why you hold a grudge against me." Zun Zun withdrew his hand. "What's wrong? Is he like this? Just a little jealous?" "Not just a little, a lot." Previously, in order to speed up Betty's awakening, Zun Zun had transferred his magical power to Natsuki Subaru. For some reason, Zun Zun could now ignore Natsuki Subaru and transfer his magical power directly to Betty. The problem is that the conversion rate is too low. Perhaps it's not because they're contractors. Natsuki Subaru's magical power was small, but since he was a contractor, he could convert everything, while Zun Zun's was less than 10%. "My dear, you, don't look at me like that." "I won't." Looking at Natsuki Subaru, who was guarding Betty in her arms with a cautious look, he noticed that her expression was the same as Ferris's when he was in front of Crush. "But if Miss Beatrice needs magic, just ask. I'll help you, thank you. I'll consider it, Betty." Natsuki Subaru's face was shattered, as if he had been betrayed. "Don't cry, Subaru. It's for your own good." Betty grabbed his ear and scolded him angrily. "Your body is already in pieces. The door is completely broken. If you force yourself, your body will explode, Beatrice. I'm so touched that you think of me. But you're like a wife whose husband can't work, is forced to go out to work, and then runs into the big bad wolf, who's your wife. That's the problem. The two of them were excellent at causing mischief." No, it should be said that Natsuki Subaru was a bit too rampant. However, this also meant that although the conference building collapsed, it seemed that no one was hurt. "Ah, you mean that?" Actually, Betty began to explain. As Zun Zun suspected, after their departure, the archbishops of Gluttony, who were supposed to be guarding the controlled tower on 2nd Street, launched a surprise attack, and it was they who broke into the conference building. I didn't expect there to be 3 archbishops of Gluttony. We panicked for a while, but we eventually drove them off. Really, perhaps it was because the remaining forces were strong enough. Julius aside, Ricardo and his mercenaries were already skilled, and with Otto and Betty awakening, it was reasonable to scare them off. Zun Zun, you weren't surprised to learn there were 3 archbishops of Gluttony. Surprised? Compared to the nigh invincible Archbishop of Avarice, just 3 archbishops of Gluttony shouldn't be surprising, right? Indeed. No, it makes sense, but that's not what I meant. I just feel your expression isn't very good, Zun Zun. Natsuki Subaru, that guy. He'd been so self-centered earlier, even before the meeting, that he only cared about those around him. But when Zun Zun reminded him to consider others, that Al still had to go find Priscilla, his powers of observation increased exponentially. He sighed softly. Actually, there was nothing worth hiding. Zun Zun told Natsuki Subaru what he had seen in the Sector 2 control tower. The previous Swordmaster. I see. Natsuki Subaru was one of the few who knew. Besides Wilhelm, who had offered to tell him, Crush and Reinhardt had also briefly mentioned it. The atmosphere was a little dejected. However, in the face of Betty's rebuke, it managed to change its mood. This time, there was also good news. In addition to Betty's resuscitation, Mimi had recovered from her injuries and had played a key role in the Archbishop of Gluttony's attack. Most importantly, the family hadn't been robbed, and no one had died. We also captured the Archbishop of Wrath this time. Oh, Zun Zun raised an eyebrow and said, I remember Priscilla and Liliana were going to fight the Archbishop of Wrath. They're quite powerful, right? So I'm going to meet that guy. The Archbishop of Wrath was being held prisoner in the shelter next door. Natsuki Subaru and Betty were planning to meet him, and on their way out, they ran into Zun Zun. So you want to come with us? I forgot. Zun Zun shook his head. He wasn't interested in interrogations or torture. If it was about defeating the enemy, he could go with them, but he guessed they wouldn't just kill them randomly, even if they might get information about the witch cult out of them. Really? Then I'm going. Natsuki Subaru nodded indifferently and, as if suddenly thinking of something, said, by the way, Otto has a minor injury. Don't worry, it's nothing serious, Otto? I see. Back at the town hall, they found many people running around, either tending to the wounded or cleaning up the place. Anastasia was ordering everyone to clean up the post-war mess. Zun Zun greeted her indifferently and left her alone, heading for the wounded room. Lord Zun Zun, this way. Hello, Otto. As they entered, a figure greeted them from the back of the wounded bed. Lying on his back on the patchwork bed, a faint smile on his pale face, was Otto, Zun Zun's Knight and Internal Affairs Officer, proud and accomplished. I feel as if your lordship has given me a high appraisal. It's the truth, you won't deny it. The young man wore a helpless smile, his body slightly hunched, as if the weight of that burden was suffocating him. He didn't seem to be seriously injured, save for a bandage around his head. Otto touched the bandage and said awkwardly, actually, I didn't notice a rock falling from the ceiling while I was casting magic, and I accidentally hit myself, so you hurt yourself. I'm really clumsy, I'm really sorry. No, you did very well. Before arriving, he had heard from others that the Grey Knight had single-handedly confronted one of the archbishops of gluttony and forced him back. Unconsciously, Grey Knight had become a title of praise. Seeing that Otto was unharmed, the lordship was relieved, told him to rest, and left. Ferris and the others were busy, constantly flitting back and forth to tend to the wounded. Being there seemed redundant, a stark contrast to the hurried pace of the crowd. Even more striking was the contrast, as Wilhelm, now leaning against a cold stone wall, his arms cradling a shirt-covered figure, was a figure. His scarred limbs and torso still evoked the aftermath of a fierce battle. His white hair, once bound, hung loose down his back, his clothes were tattered, blood-stained, and wrinkled, and his cloudy eyes betrayed fatigue. A sense of sadness emanated from him. It was obvious what Wilhelm was holding. Zun Zun had even seen him cover it with his own clothes, his wife's ashes. The controlled dead were reduced to ash at the end of their bodies. Desecrating the soul while trampling on the body, what a vile mystical art. If one could imagine the weight of Wilhelm's heart, it would undoubtedly be unimaginably heavy. The sound of approaching footsteps caught the old man's attention. He opened one eye. Zun Zun looked straight into his eyes, wrapped in sorrow and pain. Master Will, did you say goodbye properly? Yes, I spoke to my wife in all sincerity, and I said goodbye to her properly. I have always loved her deeply. I conveyed that to her, a stifled confession of love. How good. How good. Sometimes, comfort can backfire. Master Zun Zun, yes, Wilhelm shouted to Zun Zun as he turned to leave. If it were you, Wilhelm's mouth moved a few times, then he shook his head. No, it's nothing. If it were me, I would only inflict the cruelest, most terrible, and most painful punishment imaginable on the evildoer who desecrated my wife's soul. With that, Zun Zun walked away. Chapter 391 Small but Cute. This tragedy could only end like this. The former sword saint, transformed into a zombie and controlled by someone, was not wrong. Wilhelm, unable to save his wife, was not wrong, and neither was Reinhardt, who defeated the enemy and restored the safety of Minato City. The only one in error was the evildoer controlling the former sword saint, Wilhelm's wife and Reinhardt's grandmother. That said, Zun Zun was not Wilhelm. As Wilhelm had asked him, what would he do if he were in her place? And Zun Zun had answered. But he was not Wilhelm. His actions were entirely his own. No one could persuade him. Reinhardt, do you regret killing my grandmother? Teresa, no, I did the right thing. I have no regrets. Looking back, Wilhelm was not angry at Reinhardt's actions, but at his failure to repent until the very end, and he must have been unable to accept it. Soon, Emilia and Cholitica arrived. The director of the Muse Chamber of Commerce, a prominent figure in Minato City, expressed his deep gratitude to Zun Zun for defeating the archbishops of lust and avarice, promising him a reward that could satisfy. Zun Zun, indifferent to the reward and reluctant to intervene, saw him off with his knight and internal affairs officer. Lord Otto, you've worked very hard, you're very capable. After all, he felt some pity for Otto, who was still lying in bed. Mimi and Gabrielle also ran over frantically, thanking Zun Zun for saving them, protecting Natsuki Subaru, and rescuing Emilia, before running off in a rage. Zun Zun, you're here. I was looking for you. Is Emilia-tan here too? Subaru, you're back. How are you doing? I know something serious has happened. Even without thinking about it, the two of them looked at Natsuki Subaru, who was panting and had a strange expression. Although he had grown older, he still couldn't hide it well, it was too obvious. I have something to say. Natsuki Subaru's expression was solemn. Whenever he had that expression, something important was about to happen. So the three of them, along with High Elf Betty, headed to the corner of the conference building stairs. And what happened? I remember you went to see the Archbishop of Wrath, right? Is he in trouble? Emilia didn't accompany them. Since they had to settle the matters of the Archbishop of Greed's numerous wives and negotiate with Chilitica about the magic stone, only Natsuki Subaru and Betty went. Yes, more or less. Natsuki Subaru scratched his head, not knowing how to explain. Betty, explain it to me. Seeing his embarrassment, Betty took the initiative. That Archbishop of Sin, in a rage, called Subaru honey as soon as he saw him. Wait, Beatrice. That explanation is too general. And Emilia, don't get me wrong, I have nothing to do with that guy. It's true. Hearing Emilia's soft exclamation, Natsuki Subaru, like a husband misunderstood by his wife, hurriedly explained. Subaru, why are you so nervous, then? Emilia, aren't you jealous? Don't you have jealous thoughts? No, then what about you? I was just surprised. Then Natsuki Subaru covered his face, sighed up to the heavens, and looked down at himself in despair. Should I say that Emilia trusts me too much, or that she doesn't understand? Definitely the latter. Don't say that. It'll hurt. Please. Betty's harsh words stung him a little. So, Emilia ignored the two's antics and asked, why did the Archbishop of Wrath? Serious. Call Subaru darling. Well, that guy mistook Subaru for Betelgeuse. Betty recalled Natsuki Subaru's hesitant words. Then she remembered. They had met before, at the Tower of Time in the plaza, though Natsuki Subaru hadn't used the invisible will, and the Archbishop of Wrath was being chased by Zun Zun. But if they had been interrogating, trying to extract information, it seemed likely that something had happened, revealing that Natsuki Subaru had the Archbishop of Sloth's gene, which caused the misunderstanding. Did you get any useful information? No. Not about the leader of the witch cult, the purpose of the meeting, the reason for their coming to Minato City, or even why they were acting. Nothing. Completely useless information. Natsuki Subaru rubbed his forehead in pain. The Archbishops of Sin were basically, they were all mentally ill. It was impossible to communicate properly with them. Communicating with these people was a tremendous strain, both physically and mentally. But I did obtain some useful information. Natsuki Subaru raised his head and said slowly, there are 3 gluttons, gourmet, hatred, and satisfied. Isn't that useless information? Please don't say that, but it was useless information. After all, the Archbishops of Gluttony who came to rob the house were all 3 of them. In other words, Natsuki Subaru only obtained the codenames of the gluttonous trio, not even their names. Taking a deep breath, Natsuki Subaru said to the thoughtful elf, Emilia, could you tell Anastasia and Mr. Chilitica about this? Perhaps they know something. Yes, I understand. Emilia nodded and turned to leave. Even if they didn't know, it might give them a clue. It was quite useful information, after all. So, Zun Zun looked at Natsuki Subaru and asked, you sent Emilia away on purpose. Is there something you want to tell me? As expected, Zun Zun understands me the best. Don't speak so confidently. It's a bit awkward, but it's the truth, isn't it? Natsuki Subaru tried to approach brazenly. Beatrice, I won't leave. Subaru. Betty seemed to guess Natsuki Subaru's intention to send her away and interrupted him first. I am Subaru's great spirit, so I won't leave. I understand. Natsuki Subaru touched her head, and then her expression turned serious. I have something to tell you. Anyway, take a look at this first. Following that, a black hand emerged from her waist and abdomen. This is, as expected, Zun Zun. You can see it. Clearly, this is the invisible will, an invisible arm that others cannot directly observe, although that is what it is. Both Natsuki Subaru and Julius, who is connected to Natsuki Subaru's nerves, have seen it. Invisible will, that's what I'll call it for now. Natsuki Subaru manipulated the invisible arm, grabbing a nearby large wooden plank and bringing it down. You probably don't know this, but it's actually the power of the Archbishop of Sloth, Betelgeuse. When Zun Zun was fighting the Archbishop of Sloth, Natsuki Subaru desperately tried to stop him, even saying alarmist things. Even now, I'm grateful to you, because you and that guy got along so well. I'd let it slide, but whether it was Will, Ferris, Julius, Ricardo, or even Betty and Emilia, in short, none of them were a match for you and were brutally murdered. That's truly astonishing. So that's what they call a triple black transformation. And then, let's get to the point. Natsuki Subaru retracted his arm, breathing heavily. Back then, you could also use one arm like that. No, there may have been thousands of arms. Later, after defeating the Archbishop of Sloth, I was able to use it too, But only one. Yes, I see the difference. So, the reason I can use it is because of something residing inside me, called the witch factor. This was what the greedy echidna witch told Natsuki Subaru, along with some other trivia. Subaru, are you telling me that after defeating the Archbishop of Sloth, his witch factor entered your body, so that's why the Archbishop of Wrath mistook you for someone else? That's probably it. Natsuki Subaru nodded. He had heard that the Archbishop of Wrath had tried to attack him, but he subconsciously resisted it using this invisible arm. Everything that followed happened naturally, and it even gave him information about the Archbishop of Gluttony. That's not the problem. This thing, the witch factor, entered his body after defeating the Archbishop of Sloth. Of course, it would also appear after defeating the Archbishop of Greed. Subaru, it appeared, and two of them, a flash of inspiration struck him, and it suddenly hit him. Probably the Archbishop of Lust. Natsuki Subaru scratched his head roughly, grumbling. I didn't even fight the Archbishop of Lust. I don't understand why his witch factor appeared in me. Isn't that strange? Strange, huh? Not strange, Zun Zun thought. Already endowed with the power of death and favored by the Witch of Envy, it's no exaggeration to call him the Archbishop of Envy. Add to that the suspicion of being a sage. By the way, Subaru, can you use those 2 extra witch factors? Not yet for lust, but I can use it. Fine, let me show you. With that, Natsuki Subaru stretched out her hand. It was the blood-stained hand and cursed. If it hadn't been slowly deforming in front of Zun Zun, I would have thought it was a mold from somewhere, and then I was talking to them with ventriloquism. It's okay, Subaru, it's cute even if it's small. You can't say cute. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392 Consequences. The disparity was stark. While the Archbishop of Sloth's invisible arm wasn't as powerful as the sun and the sky, it was still formidable. While the Archbishop of Avarice couldn't master the persona transfiguration skill, his ability to transform freely was as powerful as a drop of reborn blood. Meanwhile, Natsuki Subaru. It's pure showmanship, Zun Zun sighed, rubbing his forehead. Subaru, if you ever can't, you could form a street performer duo with Miss Beatrice. At least you won't starve to death. I'll seriously consider it. Natsuki Subaru rolled her eyes. She didn't think that day would ever come, but Betty seemed quite interested in being a street performer. Then may I ask a favor of you? What is it? Get rid of it, of course. Natsuki Subaru and Thumb Natsuki Subaru exchanged glances, both faces marked with a disturbing unease. Being possessed by something so terrifying would be unsettling for anyone. Indeed, and that wasn't all. Subaru Natsuki knew very well what the archbishops of Sin were capable of. Now that each archbishop's witch factors were converging within him, if they continued to corrode him, serious problems could arise. Furthermore, the Witch of Greed had previously warned him of the drawbacks of the return by death technique. It wouldn't activate if it felt safe. If this continued, by the time he realized it, it would be too late. Originally, I had decided not to waver in my heart, no matter how much the witch factor's influence grew. But, Subaru, Natsuki Subaru squeezed Betty's hand. If there's a chance to try, how could I not try? Zun Zun understood what she meant and nodded. I understand. I'll try. Is that okay? What's the yes or no question? We're friends, very, very good friends. These were the words he had said to Garfield after their reunion. Thank you, Zun Zun. It's a great help. It's a minor matter, and Zun Zun also had something to confirm. Ultimately, sever the connection between you and the witch factor, shall we? Good. This might prevent him from using his invisible arm and the figure in its palm, and the Archbishop of Greed might even lose his invincibility. But his own safety and the safety of those around him were more important than that. Alright, then, this was a delicate task for Zun Zun. If he accidentally severed the connection between Natsuki Subaru and Betty, the contract might never be signed. So he was very careful, and after clearly sensing the foreign object within the other's body, he slashed down with a dark sword of light. Cut. The black sword slid smoothly through the body, leaving no trace of blood, not even pain. How was it? No, nothing strange. It's more that I didn't feel the impact. Natsuki Subaru examined his body. He was healthy, with his limbs and head intact, and his right thumb as well. This proved that the dark sword had no effect. I'm still powerless. The dark sword isn't omnipotent. It was the same during his previous battle against the Archbishop of Greed. His dark sword was intercepted from 30 centimeters away, and sometimes even striking it didn't work. But there were usually two reasons for its ineffectiveness. One was that, like Shimiji Yasuke, the curse had transferred elsewhere, but still existed. The other was that, like Crush, it had transformed his body, becoming a part of it. But for Natsuki Subaru, fusing it so quickly was impossible. After all, she claimed to be able to sense it. That meant these witchcraft factors might have belonged to Natsuki Subaru all along, or something like that. It was just a possibility. In any case, Natsuki Subaru might. Damn it, the failed man exclaimed in frustration. Can't this just go away? This persistent ailment is so annoying. In fact, in the long run, these witch factors would definitely do Natsuki Subaru more harm than good, which was why he was trying to eliminate them. Even so, it's a great improvement for you, Subaru, isn't it? That's the one thing I don't want to admit, whether it was the invisible arm or the dragon blood curse. Natsuki Subaru was able to find his place in Minato City's attack and defense thanks to these things. Without them, he would have been confined to the city hall. Well, since there's no other choice, I'll keep them. You just say one thing and do another. Not at all, Natsuki Subaru retorted loudly. Just then, Emilia returned, seeing him smile at Zun Zun, and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Did you have a fight?" "It's a misunderstanding, Emilia-tan. It's not a fight, it's more like they were pulling my leg," Natsuki Subaru quickly explained, hiding his hand behind his back. It seems he still can't control his thumb very well, Natsuki Subaru. So, has Emilia-tan already informed Anastasia, Mr. Chilitica, and the others? Yes, and they've also summoned us to a meeting. They're discussing the future of Minato City. Minato City was saved, the witch cult was driven out, 2 of the 4 attacking Sin archbishops were defeated, 1 was captured, and the last, no, I should say, 3 fled in panic. It could be considered a complete victory. But the Sin archbishops were only there to cause trouble. Cleaning up the mess would be far more important. On my way to the council room on the 2nd floor, I saw an elegant, purple-haired gentleman wandering down the corridor by the door. He lowered his head slightly, deep in thought, and occasionally touched his sword. It was Julius. Speaking of which, he must have fought hard against the Archbishop of Gluttony when he attacked. After all, he was Anastasia's knight. But since his return, he hadn't come out to greet me. I had barely seen him. Just as Zun Zun was about to greet Julius, Natsuki Subaru grabbed his arm and opened the door with a complaint. "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? Hurry up and come in." Wait a minute." The 2 entered one after the other. What's wrong, Emilia?" No, nothing," he shook his head. "Were you surprised by their close relationship?" Although it might have been a little awkward for Natsuki Subaru, they should have matured after everything that had happened. And judging by how she had treated Julius, they didn't seem very close. Zun Zun and Emilia entered the council room. They found a large crowd gathered. Besides Anastasia and Chilitica, who were maintaining order in Minato City, there was also the rosy-cheeked, well-looking Crush, Ferris, the arrogant Priscilla, and Al, and... "Oh, you're finally here," Ferret said, in a carefree, boisterous voice. Seeing Zun Zun, this fellow quickly ran up to him and rode on him, completely oblivious to the differences between men and women, or their status, acting like a close friend. This prompted Reinhardt to subconsciously remark, "I'm so glad you're safe, Zun Zun-sama, Fram, you too." The maid smiled with genuine joy, and Zun Zun grimaced. To be honest, he'd forgotten about her. He'd been so absorbed in the battle against the Sin archbishops that he'd completely forgotten about Fram. Luckily, Fram didn't mind. "Of course, the most important thing, you're impressive, aren't you? You have defeated the archbishops of Lust and Avarice one after another, causing quite a stir. I have come up empty-handed." Zun Zun had shown in this battle. He could be considered a hero who single-handedly protected the peace of Minato City. Reinhardt bowed his head decisively. "I am truly sorry, Master Felt. It is my fault. I do not blame you." Felt possessed immense combat power, but after being kidnapped and held hostage by Reinhardt's father, Heinkel, he was sealed away. Even after being freed, his campaign against the Archbishop of Gluttony was unexpectedly fruitless. He eventually defeated a single corpse soldier of the witch cult, only to discover that it was the former swordmaster. What a loss. Crush suffered the same fate. Not only did he not regain his memory, but he was left nearly disfigured and in a state worse than death. If Zun Zun had been there, one shudders to imagine what would have happened. But there was no room for euphoria, because Wilhelm. Speaking of which, Wilhelm was nowhere to be seen in the council chamber. Master Will said he wanted some quiet time, so, I see. Ferris, presumably aware of this, looked at Reinhardt with a complicated expression, but the swordmaster simply closed his eyes, like an ancient monk in meditation. Do you really want a meeting? I've taken the time to listen to your reports. If you keep barking like that, I might get angry and throw a tantrum. Priscilla fanned herself haughtily, a flash of anger in her slanted eyes. An unreasonable woman. She had brought Heinkel there specifically because she couldn't stand the drama of a grandparent-grandchild reconciliation, and now she was irritated by the total breakup. This guy deserved punishment. You, looking at me like that, are you bewitched by my beauty? Since you've given me a small pleasure by defeating the 2 archbishops of sin, I'll allow you to lick my feet. Come on, suck them like breast milk, with all the respect and love you would give me. Okay, I understand. Zun Zun slowly approached her, and Natsuki Subaru exclaimed, no way. Do you really want to lick them? That's what I do to a conceited girl like you, you bastard. Wait. Don't be angry, princess. Al rushed over to support Priscilla's arm, which was about to fall down in pain. In her hand, she wielded a magnificent red sword. From what Zun Zun could see, the magical power within it was undoubtedly a weapon of the highest quality. Felt cheered loudly, Crush lowered her head timidly, and Emilia tried to intervene. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, Anastasia clapped her hands. Well, that's enough, the girl said, looking out at the noisy crowd. I don't mind if you try to bond, but let's talk about something else now, shall we? Zun Zun and Priscilla were pulled apart. Yes, very well, Anastasia nodded, satisfied. Then let's begin the meeting. I'd love to, but I have a question. The girl turned to look at the elegant knight in the doorway. Who are you? From her parted lips came words that sounded like a nightmare repeating itself, words a candidate for the king's election speaking to her own knight. The irony was palpable. Chapter 393 Addition and Subtraction. You're saying your name was devoured by gluttony? Yes, you're saying your name was devoured knowing full well that the Archbishop of Sin was coming? Yes, you're saying that, with the help of Betty, Ricardo, Otto, and the rest of the mercenaries, your name was devoured? Yes. The more Julius spoke, the quieter he became. Hiss. Zun Zun was speechless. Julius wasn't good at making excuses, but he could still guess that the simultaneous appearance of the 3 gluttons must have caught everyone off guard. He hadn't anticipated that, due to his own selfishness, he wouldn't share this information with everyone, resulting in Reinhardt being unable to seize the house and his home being raided. This was undoubtedly a chain reaction. Sure, Zun Zun had something to do with not revealing all the information, but even if he was 99% right, did that mean Julius and the others were safe? No, that wasn't the point. The point was, with so many people, how could they not stop just 3 archbishops of gluttony? How could it be a complete victory? Good heavens. Are you pretending not to know because you forgot? Wait, so, you don't know him? You don't know Julius? Natsuki Subaru looked around, noticing blank expressions on their faces, clearly indifferent to the name Julius. Reinhardt, I'm sorry. I have no impression of this person. Though judging from his appearance and demeanor, I believe he was one of the heroes of this battle. Julius's face tightened at this comment. As the strongest in the kingdom, an elite swordsman capable of wiping out even the witch cult, not even Reinhardt could escape the influence of gluttony's power. Or, in Reinhardt's case, it was simply this baseless desire. That desire was ruthlessly shattered, leaving him with only a superficial sense of his own reality. It wasn't just him. Emilia, Crush, Priscilla, and everyone present, including Anastasia, had no impression of Julius. Even Emilia, noticing Julius's melancholy expression, asked cautiously, I have another question. Is that okay with you? What else? Those micro-elves, no, quasi-elves, hovering very close to you, fluttering restlessly, are you aware of that? Yes, I understand. After all, they are the buds ready to bloom, always by my side. Julius's expression grew even more melancholy. In the eyes of Zun Zun and Emilia, high-ranking elven sorcerers, their quasi-elves, with 6 colors of power, were fluttering back and forth, but these buds expressed confusion and unease at their presence. In a way, the relationship between elves and elven sorcerers was like a family, perhaps even closer. After all, elves cherish the spirit of the contract. But now, wandering around without remembering Julius, it must be a crushing blow to him. Doesn't that mean only Zun and I remember him? Wait, Zun, I don't know, I haven't said anything yet, I know even without you saying it. You and I have nothing in common. What's more, even if we were to find out something, it would be too late. Anastasia and the others would no longer remember anything about Julius. Zun spoke decisively, as if speaking the truth. I know. But Natsuki Subaru seemed to think of Rem, who was still unconscious in bed. Compared to Julius, who had simply been forgotten, the former's situation was even more heartbreaking. But I'm still curious. Why does Master Zun Zun remember me? How could I forget the master who taught me the way of spirits? Answering one question with another, you are very astute. This answer clearly didn't satisfy Julius, but he also realized that the Zun master didn't want to elaborate, so he stopped asking. The answer was simple, it was the body of a god. There was no other explanation. The Zun master was still in this world when Rem was attacked, so he couldn't explain himself as unaffected by her absence. Now that Julius has faced the same thing, the Zun master still remembers it, which proves this point. Zun Master Zun, I want to ask you something. Please answer me seriously, it's rare to see you so serious. So, what do you want to ask, Subaru? Can you break Rem's coma? With this sort of darkness, Natsuki Subaru stared at the Zun master, his eyes filled with a yearning for an answer, a feeling of helplessness from trying everything without success. He wanted to answer, but... Sorry, I can't, he shook his head. You're mistaken about one thing, Subaru. The sword of darkness isn't a special technique that breaks these states, it actually subtracts. Subtracts? What do you mean, Your Excellency? Natsuki Subaru, Julius, and even Reinhardt were intrigued by this statement. Well, for example, Mimi was damaged by the divine protection of the god of death, which left her body unable to heal with magic, right? My sword of darkness nullifies this effect. The same goes for the Archbishop of Greed. He bound his heart to his wives, and I nullify that effect. Natsuki Subaru fell into deep thought. After pondering this deeply, she nodded gently. I'm beginning to understand, and the Archbishop of Gluttony is different. They also use subtraction, really? I see. The Archbishop of Gluttony stole Rem and Julius's names and memories, which is also subtraction. So there's no way to restore their abnormal state, right? Correct. 100 billion, Zun Zun's praise depressed everyone to no end. And not only that. God's blood probably won't work either, as it only removes curses and negative influences. And the black dragon and fly transformed by the Archbishop of Lust can't do anything either, the dragon's blood has completely fused, and using it might kill them, so it's best not to try it rashly. Zun Zun, God, isn't omnipotent. Now everyone understood that. But it also meant that no one could do anything about this abnormal state. Anastasia took the opportunity to point out that there were 36 nameless ones like Julius. A small number of them were confirmed to belong to Chilitica's mercenary group, while the majority were in a state of confusion, unable to explain their origins. Perhaps gluttony had devoured most of their memories in existence. Julius was a rare case, and while it was impossible to confirm how many others in the city were in the same situation, perhaps, like the other nameless ones who had lost consciousness, other possibilities existed. This was undoubtedly a serious matter. Julius clenched his fists. In view of these problems, I would like to make a proposal. Is that okay with you? Proposal? What do you mean? As the center of everyone's attention, Anastasia looked around and finally in the direction of Julius and Natsuki Subaru. The victims of this witch cult attack, the victims of the Archbishop of Lust and the nameless ones of Gluttony, it is difficult for both sides. No. It is impossible to extract a solution from the Archbishop of Sin himself. Is that correct? Let's not even talk about the Archbishop of Gluttony. The Archbishop of Lust is dead, you know? Making the dead speak, I don't mean to make the dead speak. It's just that there's more than one way to get an answer. That's all I meant, other ways to get an answer, Natsuki Subaru asked, not understanding what Anastasia meant. Meanwhile, his mind was on the Witch of Greed. If there was a way to get a solution from someone other than the Archbishop of Sin, the only thing he could think of was a deal with the witch. Then what is it? Please tell me already, Emilia pressed. Anastasia tapped her head with a finger and said insistently, "Since we can't get answers from that evil Archbishop of Sin, why don't we ask someone else who might know? There are probably people in this country who do." "Could it be?" someone suddenly sighed, grasping the implication. But unlike those who understood, many didn't grasp the meaning. "You're not explaining it clearly." Felt, who hated riddles, banged the table and declared angrily, "Stop keeping us in suspense. Explain it clearly." Sorry. Directing an apologetic look at the impatient crowd, Anastasia smiled wryly and said, "The sage, Shala." "What? The watchtower of Perdis?" "If it's the sage, the one who claims to know everything in the world, it wouldn't be surprising if he knew the solution, right?" And so, the true meaning of this proposition was revealed. The sage, along with the sword saint and the dragon god, was known as one of the three great heroes who once saved the world. 400 years had passed, and he was still alive, approximately. 400 years, what's wrong, Zun Zun? You look so gloomy. No, it's just that I feel complicated thinking that the Crimson Demon clan only has 400 years of history. Hey, anyway, the tower where Sage Shala resides is called the Pleiades Watchtower, and to reach it, they must cross the dangerous desert, which sparked a heated argument. Of course, Zun Zun wasn't among them. His mission was to escort the injured Otto and Fram, along with Felt and Reinhardt, to the capital where the captured Archbishop of Wrath had returned. In other words, it was time to go home. Chapter 394 The Catnip of God's Body. Chapter 394, God's Body equals catnip, end of re. 0. The discussion at the council was intense. After all, going to the watchtower was difficult. Eventually, 5 people decided to go: Emilia, Subaru Natsuki, Betty, Julius, and Anastasia. The rest of the group dispersed. Zun Zun also returned to the inn to rest, preparing to return to the capital with Reinhardt and the others early the next morning. At dusk, while Zun Zun was resting in his room, there was a sudden knock on the door, and a girl's familiar voice could be heard. It's me. Sorry to bother you, Master Zun Zun. Do you have time? Come in." As soon as she finished speaking, the door opened. A thin girl wearing a fox scarf walked in slowly. It wasn't foolish to ask her why she was there. This inn was her business, and her visit didn't surprise him. "I thought you wouldn't come. How is this possible?" "Your Excellency, Zun Zun, is leaving soon, and I must see you off." "That would be wonderful." "What did she say?" "Nothing." Zun Zun saw her still standing in the doorway and gestured for her to come in and sit, pouring her a cup of tea. "Thank you," the girl said softly, sitting gracefully on the floor with her legs together. She untied her scarf from around her neck and placed it on the round table. "What brings you here?" "Yes, I wanted to discuss the witch cult's recent invasion of Minato City. You have accomplished many remarkable things this time, and I'm sure the council and the nobles will support you when you return." "Do you mean you want me to share some of the credit?" "Well, then give Miss Anastasia the credit for defeating the archbishops of lust and avarice. Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Zun Zun's words were stinging, and the girl puffed her lips slightly in anger, but then she sighed. "You're so incredible, sir, that you would so casually cede your accomplishments to another. On the contrary, I'd like to give you half the credit for protecting the city and organizing the people to prevent mass casualties." "Oh, that share of the credit should go to Anastasia and Shalitika. One used this place as a base, and the other was a key figure in the Great Chamber of Commerce of Watergate City. Although they didn't participate in the battle, their role was decisive. Zun Zun and the others only needed to focus on how to defeat the Sin Archbishop, while Anastasia, back home, had much else to consider. Mr. Otto was a great help. He single-handedly held off one Sin Archbishop and helped the others retreat. He was invaluable, let's put it that way." Zun Zun, leaning on the coffee table, gave a meaningful smile and, after taking a sip of tea, said, "What's wrong?" "No, other than that, I have nothing else to do. Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about Anastasia, I'm talking about you." Zun Zun's words froze her smile, then softened, and she tilted her neck slightly. "Oh, this is incredible. Master Zun Zun knows I'm not Anna." Her tone changed drastically as she realized she'd been found out. The two tones were very similar, but the most important element was missing. Although the girl in front of her mimicked them accurately, there was still a clear difference. The eyes of the Crimson Demons can see magic. Your magic and that of the fox on the coffee table are almost intertwined. This has never happened before. In Zun Zun's eyes, they seemed like one, or rather, the fox controlled Anastasia's body, Furthermore, she has many flaws. For example, Anastasia doesn't call me master, doesn't try to ingratiate herself formally, and doesn't sit so close to me. I never thought my love and respect would become a flaw. Hey, the fake Anastasia, unable to contain herself any longer, threw herself into Zun Zun's arms, breathing deeply. The girl's lithe body and fragrant breath left Zun Zun stunned for a moment. That's... Her cheeks flushed, a smug expression on her face as the fairies on Zun Zun's crown jumped out, circling her non-stop, while the fairy dragon bit her clothes and carried them away. Wait. My clothes are going to be damaged. What was going on? It took a long time for the charade to die down. Well, explain it to me, Zun Zun said, looking at Anastasia and the fox on the coffee table. What's wrong? Yes. Because Zun Zun's scent was so good that I couldn't control it for a moment. That's not what I'm asking. The answer was irrelevant. By the way, is it catnip? Does she also have a strong attraction to fairies? You came alone and use your achievements as a pretext. You must be asking for something. At the very least, I don't think Otto deserves half the credit, as expected, Your Grace. If I weren't worried about Anna, I'd love to sign a contract with you. Wait, you're joking. Stop bullying me. The fairies intimidated the fake Anastasia, who had boldly confessed her love. Of course, whether it was a joke or not, only she knew. Your Grace, when did you see me? At first, really? I've been watching Anna all this time, thinking I could imitate her perfectly, but I can't? The girl sighed in frustration and then said seriously, Your Excellency, please save Anna. The two would become indistinguishable, due to the Archbishop of Gluttony's attack. The Archbishop of Gluttony was far more troublesome than expected. Not only did they attack with 3 different identities, but their combined strength made them quite difficult to deal with. As Julius and Ricardo fell, Anastasia decided to help. The fox spirit possessed her. While possessed, Anastasia was able to cast low-level magic, which wasn't particularly useful, but it did help scare off the Archbishops of Gluttony. Just as she tried to break the possession, she found she couldn't. You know what happened next? You can't break the possession, so you can only pretend to hide your flaws. I see. But before that, please scram. She pushed away the girl who tried to mount her. The fox spirit and Anastasia hadn't signed a contract, as Anastasia's gate's magic absorption function was immature and unusable, and a contract would only burden her. Please, Master Zun Zun. The girl knelt on the ground, rested her head on it, and whispered softly, I like Anna very much. Although we didn't sign a contract, I spent over 10 years with her, and it's not just because I want to observe her. I don't know if it's correct to say I have a real feeling, but I can also feel an intimacy similar to that of a protector or family. I want her to be healthy and happy more than anyone, so, please, she went on and on about their love. Not friends, not lovers, but family above all else. Like Parker and Emilia, Betty and Natsuki Subaru, and the fairy dragon and Zun Zun, they all have an almost familial relationship. She's the same. Of course, you can refuse. In fact, my real reason for going to the Sage Tower this time isn't to help Natsuki Subaru and the others, but Anna, I can try, can you? Anastasia has taken great care of me, you see, this is the reward for increasing your favorability. Even if Zun Zun knew that Anastasia was increasing her favorability, he couldn't just sit idly by. And now I'm the only one who can try, right? Yes, that's right, Anastasia's current state is additive, with a fox spirit possessing her, which is additive. Zun Zun's dark sword is subtractive, so it has a high chance of success. Then, wait a minute, let me prepare, how can I have time? Wait, cut. Wielding the dark sword with murderous intent, even though he knew there was no danger, he still felt fear. And the result this time, naturally, was success. Anastasia's latent consciousness regained control, but surprisingly, she was still under the influence of the Archbishop of Gluttony's power, forgetting her knight Julius. Finally, she decided to go to the Sage's Tower. This time, it wasn't for herself, but for the knight she had forgotten, Julius. The next day, after bidding farewell to Natsuki Subaru and the others, Zun Zun, Otto, Fram, Ferret, and Reinhardt accompanied the Archbishop of Wrath back to the royal capital. The noise Ferret and Otto made along the way didn't bother him much. Zun Zun also conversed with the Archbishop of Wrath, asking him why the witch cult was seeking out the Crimson Demons and why their names appeared in the Gospel. This was a blind spot. Zun Zun's body was highly adaptable to magic, and with divine complement, He was undoubtedly an excellent vessel. But the question was, how did the witch cult know? It was impossible for this book to even know of the other world, right? Yet the Archbishop of Wrath said nothing. No, it was more as if he simply didn't care. While the Gospels contained some general descriptions of the Crimson Demons, she had gone to Watergate City because the Gospels told the Archbishop of Wrath that she would be reunited with her lover there, and indeed they had reunited, in the body of Natsuki Subaru. Unable to communicate, Zun Zun gave up and returned to the royal capital. The results of the Watergate City campaign had already been reported to the council. Zun Zun, though silent, was a revelation. Such a figure naturally earned him high praise. Upon hearing of Zun Zun's accomplishments, Mikladov, the representative of the Council of Sages, was eager to hold a coronation ceremony to announce the return of the Dragon King, but was forced to desist due to the 3-year agreement. Zun Zun, after Reinhardt convinced the Archbishop of Wrath, came to visit. The Watergate City incident is over, and it is time for him to return. Lord Zun Zun, you have accomplished so many great things, and it can safely be said that you are the next king. Why? Because of my family, Reinhardt mused, his expression deeply saddened. The family, already torn apart, was further torn apart after this incident. The Sword Saint was invincible, but he also had pitiful aspects. At least, he had never had a close-knit family, a family bound by blood, since the death of the previous Sword Saint. Reinhardt, Lord Zun Zun, I'm sorry. And, no, nothing, even now, he couldn't say anything that would reconcile Reinhardt and Wilhelm. What if he had told him about the Archbishop of Gluttony? What if Reinhardt hadn't failed? What if Wilhelm had said goodbye to his wife? What if? So many what-ifs ran through his mind, only to be dismissed by Zun Zun. Unable to return from the dead. He had no right to utter those what-ifs. Anyway, I'll be back in a year, you'll be lonely when I'm gone for so long, until then, be patient. Wait a moment, Zun Zun seemed to have thought of something and said, Reinhardt, can you change the course of time? Chapter 395. That Reinhardt was far more terrifying than I imagined. He could even manipulate time at will. If he weren't a hero, no, if only he could be one, no one in the palace would dare contradict him. The invincible swordsman was that over the top. He could obtain any protection, defeat any enemy, and overcome any desperate situation. After agreeing with Reinhardt to defeat him in their next match, I felt the dizzying sensation of being thrown into a washing machine, twirling and stirring endlessly. When he reappeared in the world, Honor, Miss Wiz, what appeared before my eyes was a frail and shocked Lich Queen. In her arms, she held a fish tank filled with a bubbling knight's helm. It seemed like she diligently changed the Delahun's water every day. This man's resentment truly ran deep. Welcome back, the other voice said in a rather flippant and infuriating voice. I thought it was too long. Perhaps my friends have already defeated the Demon King, leaving me no chance to appear. My childhood sweetheart is probably heartbroken, feeling abandoned by the world. That prefix is too long, Zun Zun retorted subconsciously, then turned to look at the apron-masked demon leaning on the counter and glared at him with a rather hostile expression. Unable to suppress his inner anger, he spoke the man's name word for word. Banal, oh, don't be angry, don't be angry. Although anger tastes good, I prefer the sticky, wet feeling of shyness and embarrassment, so don't be angry. Vanir waved his hand quickly, indicating that he had no ill intentions, but Zun Zun wasn't about to let him go. He had been trapped in another world for so long, and if it weren't for Reinhardt's help, he might have stayed there even longer. Just as Vanir had said. If much time had passed, the Demon King would have been defeated, and the childhood friends would already. Don't worry, Vanir said, waving a flyer. You were only away for a little over a month. Although interesting things happened during that time, the Demon King couldn't do it in such a short time. And we don't think a novice priest or a poor child could do it, as expected of the Duke of Hell, who could read through people's hearts. I felt like I was always following him. Wiz said with some regret, but it's a shame you came back so late. This year's Goddess Festival was very exciting. I didn't expect to miss it. Goddess Festival, that's it. Vanir threw out the flyer he had just thrown. Goddess Thanksgiving Festival. Acusis vs. Ares. Who is the true goddess? Vote for your favorite church. By the way, if you vote for the Axis cult, you'll receive edible soap. It's edible, really. The phrase in parentheses was clearly added afterward, and it's easy to imagine who came up with the idea of using edible soap as a temptation. In the end, the Ares cult will definitely win. Yes. But the Axis cult had a landslide victory at first, but unfortunately, something unexpected happened in the end. It was the goddess Eris who appeared. It seems that this incident caused everyone to vote for the Eris cult, causing them to lose at the last moment. Thinking of Aqua, who had been a goddess for so long, only to be defeated by the young Eris, she must have wept bitterly. No, Zun Zun pointed at Vanir. Don't try to get your way, haven't we apologized already? Never mind. This matter was our fault. I'll give you proper compensation later. You don't think that item is very important to you? Vanir's eyes gleamed slightly under his mask, and for some reason, Zun Zun found his words quite convincing. Could it be some demonic scheming? Anyway, come back tomorrow. Vanir pushed Zun Zun by the shoulder, escorting him out of the magic item shop, saying, go home today. You have other things to do, right, Tisk? Zun Zun smacked his lips in dismay. Without further ado, he simply turned around and left. Although Vanir usually made jokes to savor negative emotions, since he had mentioned something so important to Zun Zun, he would definitely do it. Zun Zun also had many questions for his companions. He didn't meet anyone he knew along the way, but the pedestrians walking on the street were all smiling brightly. Although the goddess Thanksgiving festival had ended, one could still vaguely remember how lively it had been. It was a shame not to have attended. Back at the mansion, Zun Zun, eager to see his companions, carelessly opened the door. I'm back, huh? X2 was surprised to see Sato Kazuma and Darkness appear after opening the door. One of them was holding a silver rope, the other was tightly tied up. The female knights of the team already cut a particularly provocative figure, and being tied up with rope made their prominent features even more prominent, which was a little irritating. The three of them exchanged puzzled glances. Excuse me, please take your time, wait a moment. X2's considerate attempt to close the door was interrupted by Sato Kazuma, and the two were left in a stalemate. Don't be embarrassed, Kazuma. Romance isn't forbidden in the squad. I thought you and Aqua were a couple, but is it Darkness? Or maybe you have a harem? No. It's not like that. You misunderstood, sir. Does he think I'd be attracted to a pervert like that? Sato Kazuma aggressively tried to open the door. He was supposed to be a weak adventurer, but his explosive power in this situation was astonishing. Ha, ha, ha. The bound Darkness, like a caterpillar, slowly approached. Tied tightly from shoulders to waist to highlight her testicles, the perverted knight, crouching on the ground, panting and blushing, looked so attractive she'd be a magazine cover girl. The explosive scene, coupled with her fiery words, was captivating. Kazuma, are you saying I'm a woman you can toy with and then discard at will? Hey, you, why can you always abuse me like this, in ways I can't imagine? Please shut up. She looked completely amused. Seeing Darkness like this, not only Tsutomu, but also Aqua, Megumin, and Yunyun would have retreated. Tsutomu, you've seen her behavior, right? I wouldn't have feelings for her, eh? Isn't that great? Idiot Kazuma and Doom Darkness? They're the perfect couple. No way, Sato Kazuma shouted, pulling open the mansion's door. The door creaked, as if it couldn't withstand the two men's abuse. At that moment, Darkness let out a high-pitched scream. What's wrong, Darkness? Are you feeling unwell? I've already loosened your restraints. I've already loosened them by calling you that. Kazuma, next time. I'll pay. I'm willing to pay, so please increase the strength a little. This guy is completely wrecked. I don't know if it's my imagination, but after knowing her for a month, Darkness seems to have more personality than before, or rather, more perverted. I know you like to play around, but please don't play around with Darkness. She's a teammate, after all. I didn't play with her. Wait a minute, Kazuma, what's wrong again? As Sato Kazuma frantically explained, Darkness, who was tied up like a caterpillar, suddenly stopped. A hint of tears appeared on her face, and she trembled. I need to go to the bathroom, right now. Sato Kazuma felt that Darkness was causing trouble by saying something like that at such a critical moment, so he replied angrily, hang in there. Wah. Darkness was stunned, her cheeks rapidly flushing red. You're asking me to hang in there, Kazuma, you jerk. What is this, a new way of playing? Even I have things I want to play and things I don't. Or are you planning to exploit me? Kazuma, shut up. Sato Kazuma interrupted her, shouting at Zun Zun. You saw everything, right? It's not my fault. Darkness did it without her permission. I saw the whole thing. I saw you tying Darkness up and not letting her go to the bathroom, playing it holding in your pee. Darkness moaned. And no. This is harder than I thought. My body, Darkness bit her lower lip, her cheeks flushed. Her shirt stuck to her sweaty skin, and the already irritable Knight became even more irritated. It's terrible. It's really terrible. Or rather, it's getting really bad. Hey. Darkness, Kazuma, listen. Even right now, I'm starting to feel a little happy about having to hold in my pee. Isn't that weird? Okay, you better shut up. You better not say anything. Sato Kazuma turned around and cursed the hopeless pervert. Just as he was about to turn around to explain and prove himself to Zun Zun, the mansion's door was suddenly pushed open. However, he wasn't happy at all. Outside, not only Zun Zun, but also Aqua, Megumin, and Yunyun. They looked at Sato Kazuma and the perverted female knight lying on the ground moaning in disgust, and said in unison, "Guard. Where are the guards? There's a pervert here." X3 shut up. Sato Kazuma's screams echoed across the sky. Chapter 396, the more you endure, the angrier you get, the more you back down, the more you lose. That's what happened. When I went to talk to Vanner, that guy sneaked up on me and kicked me in the back, and then, that hurt. As Zun Zun was explaining why he hadn't come home in over a month, Megumin and Yunyun, one on each side, plucked out a strand of his hair. "What are you guys doing? Getting revenge?" No, I have that much free time. It's a charm." Yunyun and Megumin held up something that looked like a small purse. "What's this?" Aqua pointed at the purse curiously. "Come to think of it, Megumin, you've been doing this these past few days and you look pretty happy." "What is it?" "This is a charm unique to the Crimson Demon clan," Zun Zun replied. He also took out a small red and black purse from his own pocket. It was similar to the one Megumin had sewn, but it was tied with string. It is a custom of the Crimson Demons to collect the hair of their comrades and keep it in a pouch as a protective charm. Incidentally, this pouch contains the hair my sister gave me before I left. I see. Aqua nodded silently. She understood her thoughts. That strong sense of déjà vu had undoubtedly been passed on by the elderly Crimson Demon, and this method seemed more like a curse than a blessing. Collecting hair, buttons, and other small personal belongings. Since Darkness has always gotten in our way, I wanted to give her this well-sewn pouch. And since Aqua always helps us recover, I wanted to give you this cute pouch. Megumin and I made it together. They both smiled. Megumin, Yunyun, Darkness and Aqua were deeply moved, their faces simultaneously lighting up with warm smiles, and the bond between the team grew even stronger. Someone kneeling in the corner instinctively raised their hand, forcing a wry smile as they asked, "Excuse me, may I ask about my wallet?" "No, why?" "Because you're not one of us, Kazuma." When, just now, Aqua, Megumin, and Yunyun had ruthlessly expelled Sato Kazuma from the team. After all, doing something so outrageous to Darkness at the mansion, even if Darkness had her own reasons for her perverted arousal, had left him with a terrible reputation. It was like the difference between a good student and a bad one, especially since they were all girls and could empathize. "Why are you acting like this?" "I already said it wasn't my fault." Sato Kazuma was annoyed at being forced to kneel and admit his guilt. "Hey, perverted gentleman, did you really want to play that game? You even said you'd pay me next time." You actually made a girl admit it to me." "Kazuma, you're such a pervert." Darkness blushed, as if she enjoyed being humiliated in public. She shuddered uncontrollably, leaving Sato Kazuma speechless. She curled up in a corner, drawing circles. Zun Zun helplessly spread his hands and said, "What's been going on between you two? Tell me." Actually, first, Darkness's father was cursed, then Eldab took advantage of the situation and demanded to marry Darkness. But after Sato Kazuma aggressively offered 2 billion heiress, he forced the wedding to be called off. "Oh, sorry, Zun Zun, what's wrong? Your savings were used to rescue Darkness." Aqua looked embarrassed, and Megumin and Yunyun were as well. Darkness even lowered her head. All the high-level potions and skill point potions Zun Zun had left in Wiz's magic item shop, as well as his savings and past rewards, had been used by Megumin and Yunyun to save people. That was why Sato Kazuma had so arrogantly squandered 2 billion heiress. "I'm sorry, Zun Zun." Darkness bowed her head deeply and said, "I'll do my best to repay you for the money I owe you." "What are you talking about, Darkness? I'm the one who owes you the money, so I'll pay you back." Because I owe you so much, I'm forced to submit to Zun Zun, undergoing all kinds of training every night. Hey, do you know how much you owe me? Hundreds of millions of Eris, the perverted female knight continued her usual act. What's wrong? I suddenly regret using the money to redeem darkness. Me too. Megumin and Yunyun were speechless. Although it was highly unlikely, if they created more rivals because of their own shortcomings, they would cry their eyes out. Sato Kazuma also began to doubt his life. Should he really be so angry for the beauty he loved, especially this perverted knight? Oh, really? Hearing that his savings were gone, Zun Zun said indifferently, as if he didn't care about the hundreds of millions of dollars or the reward. Zun Zun, it's just a small deposit. Magic item masters make a lot more money than you think. Besides, darkness is our comrade, how could I be stingy with such little money? Zun Zun, perhaps it was because they hadn't seen each other for a year, but Zun Zun's tolerance was unexpectedly high. Or perhaps it was because he missed them so much after not seeing them for a year, and was already satisfied to see them safe and sound. And what about LDAP? Come to think of it, the Lord seems to have disappeared for unknown reasons, and then word of his misdeeds got around. And Axel is currently acting like Darkness's father, acting like the Lord, really? It seems Vanir did something, he nodded. What is it, Zun Zun? Darkness persisted. No wonder she felt a little strange. LDAP couldn't have disappeared for no reason, unless someone had ordered him to. Actually, I asked Vanir to take LDAP. No, that's not accurate. After all, LDAP's elimination was incidental. Zun Zun had spent 100 million to have Vanir send his good friend, the real demon Max, back to hell. LDAP's elimination was entirely due to the contract between him and Max. In other words, I didn't mean to harm LDAP, and Vanir didn't harm humans. LDAP's behavior is entirely his fault, so Wiz can't hold him responsible. It's like exploiting a loophole. It's as if anyone could immediately see that Zun Zun was behind this, but no one can hold him responsible. After all, LDAP was the culprit. Well, stop feeling sad for that wretched lord. Isn't his disappearance a great joy, indeed? When LDAP leaves, the townspeople are happy, right? This shows how unpopular LDAP is. Sato Kazuma suddenly exclaimed curiously. Zun Zun, when you left, you probably didn't know that LDAP was trying to take over the darkness by force, did you? Has Kazuma forgotten who I am? Zun Zun, a fortune teller. That's right, the identity of a fortune teller is incredibly effective. People will believe whatever you say, and it can all be attributed to the fortune teller's identity. This was especially convenient with the support of Sister Trouble, the most famous fortune teller in the kingdom. Because I saw something like this was going to happen, I went to Vanir for help, but Vanir, in order to get a taste of negativity, attacked me from behind and kicked me elsewhere. I won't let him get away. Zun Zun gritted his teeth. It's the same thing. Doesn't it mean Vanir is taking advantage of three groups? Apparently, everyone finally understood. At stake was not only Sato Kazuma's intellectual property and merchandise sales rights, but also Zun Zun's 100 million Eris and the merchandise sold in the magic item shop, in addition to LDAP. Right, let's defeat that damn demon now. Hearing that someone was plotting against her, and that it was a demon, Aqua couldn't hold back and wanted to challenge him, but Sato Kazuma stopped her. Wait, Aqua, what are you doing, Kazuma? Are you just going to swallow your anger like that? Stop fooling around. It's not that I'm not telling you to pick a fight, but I'm asking you to bring Zun Zun with you. Sato Kazuma pressed the shoulder of the impatient and foolish goddess and said, we can say it was a failed deal. There's no way to pick a fight, but Zun Zun is different. That's right. It's an indisputable fact that Vanir inexplicably sent me to another world, so he'll have to give me an explanation no matter what. Then it's Aqua's turn. The hint was obvious. Aqua seemed to suddenly understand and exclaimed, I understand. Then I'll use this as an opportunity to attack and purify that damn demon. You teachable child? Zun Zun nodded. Taking a step back from this sort of thing only makes you angrier, while holding back makes you feel more vulnerable. No one can hold back. So they all decided to pick a fight the next day. But before that, what's the Goddess Thanksgiving Festival? Well, basically, it's Goddess Eris's annual Thanksgiving Festival, but Aqua, jealous of herself for not having one, and out of jealousy of Goddess Eris, insists that it be celebrated alongside it. Overall, it's pretty good. How is it good? In the end, Eris appeared, and I was soundly defeated, wasn't I? Aqua, how could a goddess descend into the mortal world? Aren't I, again, Aqua tried desperately to explain, but even her own followers didn't recognize her status as a goddess. How could Darkness and the others recognize her? Chapter 397 Close the door and release Aqua. The day after deciding to start a fight, Aqua woke up early, muttering, "I'll make some preparations. This time, I'm going to send that damn demon to heaven," and stormed out of the mansion. Zun Zun and Sato Kazuma exchanged a glance and decided to ignore her and go straight to negotiate with Vanir. This time, the other party had taken over 3 businesses at once, which was a bit excessive. But there was no need to start a war. Everyone went there with a unanimous decision to make Vanir bleed a little more, nothing more. Aqua would be their last resort. If the conditions offered weren't right, they would shut her down and release her. Even if Vanir resisted, the magic item shop would be in trouble. Though, in the end, it would be Wiz who'd suffer the consequences. On the way to Wiz's magic item shop, Zun Zun said, "You're asking if I'm angry? Indeed, I am. Do you also think Vanir went too far? After all, I made a deal with Mr. Vanir, but he still swindled us out of a ton of money to maximize his profits. It's impossible not to get angry." "That's right," his companions agreed. If Vanir hadn't taken so long to complete his job, Eldap wouldn't have been able to forcefully marry Darkness, and there wouldn't have been the subsequent overbearing buyout of Sato Kazuma. They wouldn't have spent all those skill point potions and savings. "Okay, then I'll give her a welcome gift later." "Use explosive magic. Don't use explosive magic in the village," Yunyun cried out helplessly. Megumin's welcome gift was really too generous, and if they weren't careful, the entire village would have melted. "Well, don't worry," Darkness advised. "Using explosive magic in the village isn't a good idea, and Vanir must have a reason for doing so. Let's hear his explanation first." "Hey, Darkness, you don't seem to care much." Sato Kazuma looked at her with expressionless eyes. "Huh, that's right. After all, you've been waiting for this kind of development, and now it's finally happening. But I'm the one paying the bill. Remember this, I've bought you, and you'll be paying me back with your body for the rest of your life. Did you hear me? Good divorce." Yes, yes, the perverted knight was trembling with excitement. Although her marriage had been stolen, her engagement wasn't over yet. However, before it could be broken off, her fiancé mysteriously disappeared. Although she was a virgin, she was a widow, which was why she was called Good Divorce. She seemed to like that title. "I wish this could be resolved peacefully, Yunyun, because Miss Wiz is very kind. She took me in when I had nowhere else to go and taught me a lot of useful knowledge. She's very friendly. If the magic item shop is destroyed, what are you talking about, Yunyun? Aren't you with me? I'm not always with Megumin. Yunyun and Megumin have their own lives, but unlike Megumin, who usually goes to the guild, Yunyun usually frequents Wiz's magic item shop, so they get along well." Darkness nodded. "Me too. I wish this could be resolved peacefully." "A peaceful solution? I can't be at peace at all." 30 minutes later. Let's just forget about this, X4 Sato Kazuma and the others were stunned to see the happy Zun Zun leave the room with Vanir. What had happened? Time had to skip forward 30 minutes. "Excuse me, welcome." Upon arriving at Wiz's magic item shop, the door opened to greet everyone with a friendly and sweet smile. "Oh, what's up today? Why is everyone here? Isn't Lady Aqua here?" As for Aqua, well, she'll probably be a while, really. Wiz breathed a sigh of relief. Of all people, the Lich Lady was the one who feared the stupid goddess the most. Not only was her behavior unreasonable, but her frequent vandalism of the shop was also a real nuisance. Compared to this, Zun Zun looked around and didn't see the apron-masked demon. He asked curiously, "Lady Wiz, where's Mr. Vanir? He clearly asked me to come, but he's not here." "Mr. Vanir is tidying up the storeroom in the back. And he said that if you, Zun Zun, come, you can go straight there to find him. And Mr. Vanir said that you should go in alone." "Why, really? There must be a reason." No one knew what secret that guy was up to, but it seemed that he didn't want Sato Kazuma and the others to accompany him, and not even Wiz told him the reason. He looked at his companions. "Go, Zun Zun, if there's any danger, just shout and we'll arrive soon. Don't worry, I'll use explosive magic then. If you use explosive magic, Zun Zun will die too, so it's forbidden." His companion seemed very worried for him. "Well, I don't think the warehouse is a dangerous place," Wiz whispered helplessly. "And please don't use explosive magic or anything like that, or the goods will be destroyed. Zun Zun didn't think he needed to. Perhaps Vanir's accidental revelation of his demonic nature had made the team wary of him. He promised to let them know if there was any danger, then entered the warehouse. Welcome. Vanir had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing him, he exclaimed, "You seem like you're looking for trouble, but you're actually very interested in what we've prepared. You're a considerate boy who doesn't want to disappoint your companions. You came quite early, that prefix is too long." Zun Zun couldn't resist addressing him. He looked at the somewhat empty warehouse, then at Vanir inside, the meaning clear in his eyes. "You mean those rare, unsaleable goods piling up in the warehouse? They've all been destroyed. Potions that exploded at the slightest touch, potions that exploded as soon as the lid was opened, potions that exploded upon contact but not upon being touched, all of them were destroyed." Vanir's eyes glowed red as he clenched his fists. He must have been quite irritated by the strange potions Wiz had bought. Let's not even talk about why there are so many rare potions. So, how about satisfactory compensation? Ha, you're getting straight to the point. How impatient. Are you going through puberty? It's none of your business, forget it. Any further delay will only hurt us. That stupid rookie priest is doing something that would make me shudder. Let's get this over with. It was unclear what the clairvoyant Duke of Hell saw. Anyway, his expression was unpleasant. "Good work, Aqua. He did well to free you. Kid, come this way." Vanir walked toward the warehouse, signaling for Zun Zun to follow him. Quickly pursuing him, they reached the corner of the warehouse. Vanir waved his hand, and a magic circle appeared before them. He then placed his hand on it, and a ladder descended. Before Zun Zun could question him, Vanir explained, "That idiot shopkeeper keeps buying strange merchandise. Despite our constant attempts to stop her, these items keep mysteriously appearing in the warehouse. We were afraid she would damage our merchandise, so we built a basement, Mr. Vanir has been working hard, too. Wiz was perfect in every way. Beautiful, kind, powerful, easy to talk to, and adept at household chores. Her only flaw was her complete lack of business acumen, or perhaps her definition of merchandise was as odd as her own aesthetic. She couldn't quite place a product. The basement didn't feel oppressive, nor was the air murky, it seemed to be magically well ventilated. Vanir lit the magic stone lamp in the basement. Numerous shelves, each carefully labeled, were neatly stacked in the basement, a testament to Vanir's meticulous attention to detail. It was a spacious space, and even without measuring, it was evident that this basement was significantly larger than the magic item shop above. In the center of the basement was a mirror. Not that it caught Zun's eye, but with the shelves tucked into the corners, it stood out in the center. "This is," Zun frowned. He fully understood what Vanir meant, that the item that satisfied him was this mirror, and he could sense the immense magical power it contained. Vanir walked up to the mirror and shouted to Zun, "Yes, this is the magic item we prepared, the one that can summon random monsters. It's a divine artifact." This mirror was the artifact that summoned the reality-distorting demon Max. It was also the artifact Zun had asked him to retrieve from the royal capital of Eris. Since it was hidden in the Eldap mansion, and with Max present, it couldn't be stolen. "I thought Eris had already retrieved it, but unexpectedly, Vanir had taken it first. How is it? Are you satisfied with what we prepared?" "Barely. 2 billion for an artifact is certainly worth it. Even a kingdom would make a deal. But artifacts have their flaws. First, there's the random summoning feature. They often summon all sorts of strange creatures. Far from being effective combatants, summoning a strange monster that drains your SAM value could, in fact, harm you. Second, those who aren't the possessors of the artifact must pay a price to use it, as Max would. If you summon a higher-ranking being and can't pay, the consequences are unimaginable. Finally, and most importantly, there's one point. I can't use it, Zun Zun said, spreading his hands. This magic tool is very powerful. Even the old masters of the Crimson Demon clan would be jealous, but the problem is that I can't use it. No, it's Ru who should be using it. I say, big sister, you can wait here in hell for my summons. I promise I'll definitely call you. Ru, you should have said that, Ernest. Memories of the past suddenly opened. Zun Zun recalled the figure of a certain big sister. Chapter 398 The Stalking Demon in the Mirror. Alright. Everyone, I'm ready. Let's go look for trouble. When Aqua returned to the mansion, she was fully armed. She was wearing the Axis priest's hat, a crystal ball in her left hand, a bottle of holy water in her right, numerous soaps strapped to her upper body, and strangely patterned shoes. Beside her, Cecily, a blonde beauty with a fondness for Agar Baba and inappropriate desires for Zun Zun, was dressed equally extravagantly. "Come on, I'm going to purify the damn demon this time. You're so handsome, Aqua-sama. You can do it. And, as we agreed, after we rescue Zun Zun, we'll let him and I, slurp, no problem, I agree." This idiot goddess was so lenient with her followers that she handed it over to Cecily without even asking Zun Zun's permission. "What are you guys wasting your time? Hurry up." Aqua couldn't help but encourage her companions, who were sitting motionless on the sofa. But Sato Kazuma glanced at her and turned to look at her with the back of his head. Megumin and Yunyun were still playing chess. "Hey, why are you leaving?" "We're back already," Sato Kazuma said softly, facing the sofa. Aqua, who was ready, was stunned. "We actually went to Wiz's magic tool shop while Aqua was getting ready," Darkness said, a little embarrassed. "Look, isn't Zun Zun here?" "So, Zun Zun seems to have made some kind of deal with Vanner, so we came back." "A deal or something?" Aqua looked at Yunyun in disbelief. "Wait a minute, what do you mean, made a deal? What kind of deal was made?" "Who knows?" Sato Kazuma, frustrated by the constant questioning, complained. "Zun Zun didn't say anything. He just told us it was a great deal and that he'd explain it to us when he got back. But it's 2 billion Eris. No. Zun Zun must have been put under a spell by that demon. I have to go save him." Aqua was fixated on her enormous deposit. Even though it wasn't her money, she valued it more than anything else. "Come back. Don't yank me by the throat." Just as the stupid goddess was about to run off, Sato Kazuma grabbed her by the throat and pulled her up. "Kazuma, that's 2 billion Eris. 2 billion. Are you crazy? If that damn demon had gotten to work sooner, you wouldn't have been saddled with the 2 billion Eris debt." "Of course I know." Sato Kazuma was feeling grumpy, precisely because of that. If the negotiations had gone well, he wouldn't have to pay 2 billion Eris and could have gotten even richer. "But Aqua, think carefully." "What are you thinking?" "Since Zun Zun thinks it's a good deal, it means that what Vanir prepared is worth 2 billion Eris. Aren't you looking forward to it?" "Now that you say it like that," Aqua also reacted, and then her eyes lit up and she said, Kazuma, yes, I'm Kazuma, how to put it? I'm suddenly looking forward to it too. You, kid, are hopeless." Sato Kazuma looked at the stupid goddess who was thinking one thing after another, and could only sigh helplessly, but continued, "Although it has nothing to do with you, Aqua." "Why?" "Because it's Zun Zun's money, it has nothing to do with you." "That's not the case, Kazuma." Aqua patted her chest and said shamelessly, "We are a team, which means ownership is shared, so Zun Zun's money is also mine, and all of you are my believers. You should revere and love me." "Yes, Lady Aqua, I've always believed in you." With the exception of Cecily, everyone else on the team treated him like an idiot. "I want to take this opportunity to make things clear with you, Aqua. If this world forces me to choose between joining the Demon King's army or the Axis cult in order to survive, then I'll join the Demon King's army without a second thought. Do you hear me? But specific summons can't be made, and then there's the additional after-sales service. We'll accompany you until you summon the demon you wish." "Okay, what ridiculous after-sales service?" Even Zun Zun was stunned by his professionalism. Without possessing a divine artifact, using it required a price, let alone summoning a creature from hell. Powerful high-level demons or Grand Dukes of Hell like Max would be dangerous, not to mention dangerous themselves. Zun Zun naturally didn't mind the inconvenience, but it would become tiresome if it happened too often. And with Vanir, another Grand Duke of Hell and a clairvoyant demon, by his side, some sensible creatures of hell would return. "We have to offer after-sales service commensurate with the value. It all comes down to 2 billion Eris. Money makes the world go round. I've learned that well, but I don't think that's necessary." Zun Zun touched his crown. His inherent spirit equipment was the least afraid of trials of luck, so as long as nothing went wrong, success was guaranteed. "Seems safe enough, just in case. I still need your help, Mr. Vanir." "Of course, that's the rule of our trade." "How strange. With Vanir's clairvoyance, he should be able to see if he's summoned Ennis's future, but he's also acting uncertain. Could it be that he can't see his own future?" But that wasn't the case when he returned. Zun Zun senses something is wrong. But now isn't the time to dwell on that. The most important thing now is to keep the promise he made to Ennis. Zazis, Nasna Dazazis. Reveal. I think this spell is a bit complicated, he shouted, activating the mirror artifact. As expected of an artifact, it requires no mana consumption, it operates entirely on its own. Normally, it should be an even exchange, but now the mirror artifact is paying the price. Being random, there are no filtering criteria. The summoned creatures are most strange and varied. According to Vanir, it might even be the Lord of Hell. Zun Zun probably wasn't so lucky. Tightening his crown, his face paled. He didn't expect summoning a mere high-level demon to be so difficult. The creatures of hell were truly immense. Even with the initial restrictions, accurately locating a single individual was a heavy burden. Imagine how lucky Eldap was to summon the Grand Duke of Hell without restrictions, and how much worse off he would be afterward. Time ticked by. Just as Zun Zun was about to give up and try again, the mirror flickered, revealing a demon in a tight outfit. Even beneath her cloak, her curvaceous figure was visible. A mirror suddenly appeared in the room. Found it, Zun Zun's eyes lit up. The familiar voice brought a smile to his face, and he fixed a magic mirror on it. A closer look revealed it. Sure enough, it was the elder sister he knew. This is, Ernesto gently touched the mirror that had suddenly appeared in the room. The water ripples gradually revealed Zun Zun's figure, her yellow eyes opening slightly. Long time no see, elder sister, it's you. It seemed that Ernest still remembered Zun Zun. As promised, I've come to summon you. Summon, Ernesto was puzzled. Presumably, in his mind, summoning was something like a magic circle, a forced response. Unlike now, summoner and summon face to face, like a method of directly contracting with the chief. If they didn't agree, would summoning be impossible? I didn't expect that you really summoned me, I meant it. Even as he said this, Zun Zun noticed Vanir beside him, covering his mouth and relaxing his shoulders, looking so handsome despite having forgotten something, and couldn't help but smile scornfully. Zun Zun wasn't lying. No matter how you remember, just tell me whether you summoned me or not. Are you serious? I've changed my mind about humans a bit. Ernest seemed to have a strong prejudice against them. Nothing could be done about it. After all, humans always let demons grant their wishes and then make up a bunch of nonsense to refuse to pay the price, and there were so many impossible wishes. And what is your wish? Like I said before, to become my subordinate. That's impossible. In return, you'll get to see Megumin's kitten, Mame Nasuk, often. That's Lord Walbach. Not Mame Nasuk. What's with that name? It seemed that even high-ranking demons couldn't accept a Crimson Demon's talent for naming. No matter, Zun Zun reached out towards her, saying, how about a contract with me, if you don't mind? Enis's current status was that his body belonged to Zun Zun, but his heart belonged to Walbach. Wrong. Why did he get more excited the more he talked? Then, with a deal sealed, Zun Zun reached into the mirror and pulled out the stalking demon from hell. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399 The Evil God in the Capital. Enis was assigned to Wiz's magic item shop. It wasn't that he had any objections, nor did he simply keep his promise and leave her alone. As a demon, if Aqua saw her, a war would break out. Just having his help at Wiz's magic item shop was a good thing for both Zun Zun and Vanir. He couldn't help but wonder if Vanir was doing it on purpose. He was desperately short on labor, but he wanted free labor, so he reminded himself not to forget his promise. He always felt like he'd been taken advantage of in the end. The few days since his return passed peacefully. Zun Zun had been shut up in his room, brewing potions. Wiz said he had many loyal customers who wanted to buy his advanced energy potions and that they could pay a certain amount up front. There was no reason to refuse. After all, he didn't have much money, and his savings had been used to save Darkness. If he didn't work, he would starve to death. Furthermore, Darkness and Satao Kazuma's debt was cancelled. They were all teammates, so even without Vanir's intervention, they would have simply paid. Besides, Vanir had already compensated for the artifact mirror, so Zun Zun had no intention of taking responsibility. The artifact mirror was temporarily stored in the basement. If it was kept in the mansion, Aqua, Satao Kazuma, and the others might commit crimes someday, so they couldn't access it. Zun Zun also planned to take it with him when he returned to the Crimson Demon Village this year. Unlike the Crimson Demons, who thought it was cool, So I brought it back to the village. Zun Zun brought it along to prevent it from being used by bad guys. Life was peaceful. This unchanging routine continued until one day. Morning light streamed in through the window, illuminating the dust floating in the air. Zun Zun woke up. He'd been working hard brewing potions lately, so he decided to take the day off. He could go on a date with Yunyun and Megumin. Zun Zun, thinking of this, entered the mansion's living room. Seeing Sato Kazuma and the others there, he said with some surprise, "How strange. Kazuma and Aqua, you're up so early. No, you're not planning on going to sleep now, are you?" "No, I went to bed early last night." "Me too." Sato Kazuma and Aqua had changed. Even the useless Kazuma and the idiot goddess had matured. "What does it matter, Zun Zun, what's wrong?" He casually took the newspaper Darkness handed him. Since there was no internet, Axel still resorted to the traditional method of newspapers to spread his news. No, even in modern society, there are still many people loyal to newspapers and who enjoy the scent of ink. Unfortunately, Zun Zun wasn't one of them. The newspaper had many sections: news about Axel, news from the surrounding area, and news about the capital. But Zun Zun and the others weren't reading it for information or anything, they were simply reading the 4-panel comics. Come to think of it, I haven't been home in over a month. Where did the 4-panel comic go? Ah, the one about General Winter rescuing the snow elves. No, not that one. Look here, here. Sato Kazuma pointed at the front page of the newspaper, where a prominent headline stood out, drawing attention. A general of the Demon King arrives at the front lines, changing the scenario of battle and endangering the royal capital. Zun Zun slowly read the headline. Before he could read the article, Sato Kazuma shouted, "Evil god. He's an evil god." Wait. I've said it many times. Whether it's an evil god or something else, whoever calls themselves a god must be punished by heaven. Aqua crossed her arms in frustration, completely oblivious to his constant claim to be a goddess. Despite their bickering, Zun Zun carefully read the detailed information in the newspaper. A castle in the front, near the royal capital, is being attacked by a general of the Demon King. The article also stated that the general is an evil god skilled in terrifying magic. And the name of the Demon King's army officer was the evil god Wallback. At that moment, Megumin couldn't help but shudder, turning pale. She tightly squeezed the black kitten, which meowed in pain. "What should I do?" "Zun Zun, this is terrible." Yunyun, a little flustered, called out, "The evil god Wallback, originally sealed in the Crimson Devil, has escaped and caused trouble." "Relax, Yunyun, this has nothing to do with us, right? The seal on the village was broken, not because of us, so it's Megumin's fault." "Huh? It's your fault for breaking the evil god's seal. Not only that, but you also treated him like a family member, right?" Phew, Megumin was speechless. To be honest, it wasn't just Megumin's fault. Zioxia also bore a lot of responsibility. It was because of breaking the heretic god seal twice that Zioxia brought out her better half, Momonosuke. "You two sisters are up to no good. I don't want to hear that from you." Yunyun and Megumin started to struggle. Wait a minute, I've been confused since just now," Aqua asked stupidly. "The sealed heretic god, what does it mean?" "Start from here." Both Zun Zun and Sato Kazuma were stunned at the goddess's stupidity. "A long time ago, our ancestors fought a fierce battle against the heretic god and finally managed to seal it. Afterward, they decided to bring it back to Crimson Demon Village and keep it under strict surveillance. Actually, it was because someone said that the place where the evil god was sealed sounded cool, so the villagers arbitrarily kidnapped the evil god, who was sealed by a capable person out of nowhere, and resealed him in a corner of the village as a tourist attraction. Don't mess with us, Yunyun, you fake Crimson Demon. Megumin, you should tell the truth now. And I'm not a fake Crimson Demon, I'm just a little different from the other Crimson Demons. The two Crimson Demons argued again. He could understand Megumin's feelings, just like when Mabel passionately began to explain the legend of the Ice Sword, only to be ignored by Elgar. Seeing the gazes of Sato Kazuma and the others, Zun Zun sighed and continued his explanation. One day, Megumin thought the heretic god's name was cool, so she unsealed it subconsciously. This is Wallbach, who is now wreaking havoc near the capital. Then, her sister Xiaomi also unsealed it one day and received half of Wallbach's body. Downasuke, you two sisters are up to no good. Sato Kazuma was completely overwhelmed. The sisters unsealed the heretic god one after another, and the Crimson Demons even transferred the sealed heretic god away without permission. Are they really okay? Wait a minute, Sun-kun, what's wrong? I thought I heard something I shouldn't have. You said Momonosuke is actually the heretic god. To be more precise, he's half of the heretic god. Sun-kun then recounted how they were in Crimson Devil Village, where they were repeatedly blocked by high-ranking demons and then killed. They were after Momonosuke. And so our journey began. Really? Sun-kun hadn't mentioned it, so it was understandable that they didn't know. I didn't expect him to be half the evil god. Sato Kazuma scratched Momonosuke's chin, and Momonosuke was snoring peacefully. He'd seen him fly and breathe fire, but he thought he was just an ordinary monster. He hadn't expected him to be so powerful. No, Kazuma, Megumin, Momonosuke isn't half the evil god, he's the real one. Hey, Sato Kazuma preferred Tsun to the unreliable Megumin. But since he was Momonosuke's master, he should have some information, just in case. Tsun, how did you know Momonosuke was half the evil god? Because I summoned the demon sister who was chasing us back then. Really? No wonder, huh? Summoned, X5 everyone, including Megumin and Yunyun, cried out in disbelief. Huh? Didn't I tell you? No, Tsun, summoning demons is incredibly dangerous. If you're not careful, you might fall into a contract trap. Darkness's face was serious. As a guardian knight of the Eris cult, she was naturally sensitive to demons and the like. That's what I'm saying, Aqua cried in frustration. You actually summoned a demon. That's blasphemy, Zun Zun. Oh, don't pretend it doesn't matter. No, it's insignificant. Sato Kazuma covered Aqua's mouth to prevent her from throwing a tantrum. He looked at Zun Zun and said, the demon you summoned, don't worry. She's harmless, just like Vanir was. Her? She's a demon, yes. She works as a waitress at Wiz's magic tool shop. You should have seen her, the one with the tights. Oh, that's her. Sato Kazuma suddenly realized. He had run into Ernest a few days ago when he went to Wiz's magic tool shop. She seemed very kind and friendly, and most importantly, the swimsuit tights were just what he liked. Even with Zun Zun's words, everyone remained on guard. Especially Yunyun and Megumin. They had faced Ernest before, so they were wary of her. That older sister wanted to bring Zun Zun to his knees and take him as a slave. What? How nice. Sato Kazuma's mind was filled with grim images. And it was all a misunderstanding between the Crimson Demons. In truth, Ennis's target had always been Momonosuke. However, given his loyalty to Walbach, he would no doubt ask to go upon learning that he was in the capital. Wait, could this also be part of Vanir's plans? Chapter 400, Emergency on the Front Line. As for how he knew that Momonosuke was half of the evil god Walbach, Zun Zun blamed it all on Ernest. After all, she was Walbach's subordinate, so not even a lie detector would work. Other secret information was concealed using her identity as a fortune teller. What do we do? Darkness looked at her companions and said, we can't just stand idly by in this situation. Since we're the cause, we must resolve this decisively. Darkness, if they capture us, they'll be the evil god, so they'll definitely be interested in the female knight. They'll tie me up and strip me of my armor in front of everyone. Although I'd rather die than obey, they'll force me in. Fantastic. I forgot to mention, Darkness, that Walbach is actually an evil goddess, so the development you're hoping for won't happen. What? The perverted female knight's eyes suddenly darkened. Megumin said she would definitely go, not to clean up her mess, but to prove that Walbach was an evil fake god. Actually, she was just being stubborn, and Yunyun saw through her. The two of them struggled again. I'll let it go this time, Sato Kazuma said bluntly. Why do we always have to deal with the general of the Demon King's army? Besides, there are plenty of adventurers stronger than us. Let's leave the capital to them, really? Then, Kazuma, just stay home. Aqua, why does it seem like you're going with us? Of course, the stupid goddess puffed out her chest. What's wrong? Why has this guy suddenly changed? Aqua, who was usually the first to ask for help when trouble arose, is now seeking it for herself. Not only Sato Kazuma, but everyone else found it odd. Why are you looking at me like that? Aqua snorted disdainfully. If it were an ordinary monster, I wouldn't have to intervene, but this time we're facing someone who breaks the rules and calls himself a god without even paying homage to me. He's an evil god, but as the goddess of the Axis cult, I owe him a lesson. Are you some bully boss from somewhere? Seeing the idiot goddess acting like her territory was being invaded, Sato Kazuma finally understood the severity of the situation. Let me tell you, I can't. By the way, Zun Zun, You should be able to take on that evil god, right? Yeah, no problem. A mere evil god is no problem, especially since we still have half of his body in our possession. Okay, let's go together. Hearing the conversation between Aqua and Zun Zun, Sato Kazuma suddenly changed his tone. Kazuma, you, trash, cruel, scum. Sato Kazuma was condemned by everyone. The officers of the Demon King's army have bounties worth hundreds of millions of eris, and they are wreaking havoc in the royal capital. Successfully defeating the evil god Walbach would bring them fame and wealth within their grasp. Therefore, Sato Kazuma decisively agreed to go, with one simple motive, to get help. For a variety of reasons, the team decided to go to the royal capital. However, Sato Kazuma insisted on waiting 2 days. It seemed like he was making explosives. The result was similar to explosive magic, which made Megumin feel as if her attributes had been stripped away. She demanded that he stop using explosives. Zun Zun went to Wiz's magic item shop. Did you say Lord Walbach? Enes was excited upon hearing that. The evil god Walbach, with whom she had been obsessed, was now in the royal capital. How could she contain her excitement? What do you think? Do you want to go together? Is it possible? She asked uncertainly. After all, Ernest was no longer Walbach's subordinate, but a demon subordinate to Zun Zun. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Even if he wanted so badly to go to the capital, he couldn't disobey Zun Zun without his permission. It's no problem. I'd rather say that I really hope you can go. Why, it's no problem, it's just, isn't this what you've been asking for all along, big sister? So, go or not? Yes, Ernest finally acquiesced, agreeing to accompany him to the capital. The next day, he put on the new clothes his sister had sent him and the Crimson Demon's magical robes, left the team's belongings in the alternate dimension, and slowly left the mansion. They had faced many Demon King army officers before, but they had always been dragged into the incident by following the crowd. But this time was different. After all, they were the ones who took the initiative to cause trouble for the Demon King army officers. Seeing that Zun Zun could use alternate dimensional magic, Sato Kazuma asked her to provide him with a bunch of accessories and tools for making explosives. Of course, since it was a seemingly useful magic item, it didn't arouse the suspicions of his companions. Incidentally, Megumin and Yunyun could also learn this alternate dimensional magic, though the required skill points were a whopping 50. As expected of a secret art of the Elven royal family, it was as high level as explosion magic. Megumin gave up flatly. Having finally mastered explosion magic, forcing her to expend so much mana learning an unsuitable skill would be tantamount to killing her. Yunyun, on the other hand, showed interest and said she would try hard to accumulate skill point potions. Kazuma, you were very reluctant before, but now you seem very motivated. What happened? Because I've been calmly thinking about this battle and realized that our chances of winning are quite high. After all, their next destination was the fortress at the forefront of the royal capital. The kingdom's most powerful forces were gathered there. According to the information Sato Kazuma had obtained, if it weren't for the leader of the Demon King's army, the evil god Walbach, who had arrived to interrupt the battle, the kingdom wouldn't have stood a chance of losing. So the purpose of this battle was simple: let those adventurers defend themselves. Leave the Demon King's army and the other monsters to them. Then we'll proceed with the decapitation operation. With Zun Zun here, even a mere evil god won't be a problem, a simple but effective strategy. Compared to previous battles, this time they should be able to defeat their opponents relatively safely, and the rewards would be immense. The most important thing is that we can always return if any danger arises. He looked at Zun Zun and Yunyun. Zun Zun already knew teleportation magic, and Yunyun had also learned it during his absence, so all in all, they were safe from danger. Sato Kazuma looked around, noticing that someone was missing, and asked Zun Zun, by the way, where's Miss Earns? I sent her to the capital. She's probably waiting for us at the fortress. Huh? Why isn't she with us? Yeah, why? Zun Zun looked at the idiot goddess beside him. Sato Kazuma finally understood. Aqua is a goddess, and what she hates the most are demons and liches. An encounter between them would definitely unleash chaos. So it was best not to run into them this time. What? Why are you looking at me so regretfully? Because, Aqua, you look regretful. Kazuma, are you looking for trouble? I'm a goddess. How can a goddess look regretful? Apologize? Apologize already, Aqua yelled angrily. As a goddess, She was undoubtedly the most beautiful of all girls, but it was this boy's innate stupidity that completely overshadowed his exceptional beauty, which was why he was called a pity. However, Aqua didn't notice. Stop sighing. Aqua and Sato Kazuma were struggling. On the other side, Megumin looked at Yunyun's backpack, which was about to burst, and asked curiously, Yaoyan, you brought a lot of things. Why don't you leave them in Zun Zun's alternate dimension? No, Megumin. I prepared these specially. I have all kinds of chess and card games, both ancient and modern, as well as snacks and tools. If anything goes wrong along the way, I'll have them on hand. Are you a girl before you go hiking? This is necessary. Yunyun hugged her backpack joyfully. Speaking of which, she had also packed a lot of things when she went to Alkanrisha, the hot springs, and the water city. But the hot springs were occupied by the Demon King's army, so she didn't get a chance to play. He should take her more often in the future. Speaking of which, where are we going, Zun Zun? We'll first teleport to the royal capital and then walk to the fortress. It'll take about 2 days. But don't worry, I heard there's lodging along the way. Let's focus on that. No problem. The X5 teleportation array deployed, and the party disappeared in Traxel. When they regained consciousness, they had arrived at the royal capital. Perhaps because many adventurers could use teleportation magic, the guards at the city gates showed no signs of panic. They continued to vigilantly monitor the forest outside the gates, preventing any monsters from escaping. But when their eyes fell on Zun Zun, Zun Zun-sama, your sword of Damocles impressed us greatly back then. And those behind you must be Aqua-sama, Darkness-sama, Megumin-sama, and Yunyun-sama, right? How good to see you again. They seemed to be the soldiers who had fought against the Demon King's army when they were besieging the royal capital. After negotiating, they obtained a map of the fortress. The guard said with relief, how kind of you to come, Zun Zun-sama. What is it? Indeed, the front lines are in dire straits. Even the king and the prince, who were at the front, have returned for shelter. The journey is too dangerous now, otherwise, we would have guided them. This information further aggravated the situation. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.